Stop everything, listen. This is not random. This moment is not an accident. I brought you here because something is about to happen tonight. Yes, tonight. Before the clock resets, I will move in a way you've never seen before. And you needed to hear me now. This is a divine appointment. My beloved child, this moment is not just special, it is sacred. You're not hearing these words by coincidence. You are at the center of something I've been preparing for a long time. You've been walking through what felt like confusion, delays, even rejection. But I was never confused. I was never late. I was never distant. I've been weaving every thread of your journey into something bigger than you imagined. Tonight, the divine pattern begins to unfold. You are not a side note in my story. You are the focus of what heaven is about to release. I didn't bring you this far to leave you. I didn't allow the pain just for survival, I allowed it so you'd be ready for what's coming. You've asked me, Lord, when will I see change? My answer is now. You've cried, how long, God? My answer is it's happening tonight. I want you to feel the weight of what I'm saying. This is not another passing moment. The heavens are aligned, the angels are dispatched, and the hour has come. I saw your sacrifice. I noticed your surrender. I recorded every time you chose faith when fear knocked at your door. And now, my child, I step in. I draw close not only to comfort but to activate, to shift, to elevate. You are the one I chose for this moment. Not because you were perfect, but because your heart stayed turned toward me even when you didn't understand. Do you feel that stirring inside you right now? That's me. That's my spirit awakening your soul to receive what I prepared. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are not too late. You are chosen. Tonight is the turning point. You may not see it all with your natural eyes just yet, but in the spirit, something irreversible is beginning. I will open what no man can shut. I will remove what has blocked you. I will restore what was stolen. I will breathe life into what felt dead. I will confirm everything I told you in secret, and I will do it in front of those who doubted. You are about to witness my power, but even more, you're about to feel my heart like never before. So prepare. Let go of every distraction. Set aside the worry. Silence the noise. Tonight is holy ground, and you are standing on it. And I, your Lord, your Savior, your first love, am standing with you now that your heart is fully open. Listen even more closely because what I'm doing next requires your undivided attention. I don't want you distracted. Not tonight. You've stepped into a time that's been long awaited not by you alone, but by heaven itself. The earth may seem silent, but the heavens are vibrating with motion. Every moment that has led to now has been wrapped in divine intent. I'm not just giving you comfort anymore, I'm handing you keys. Authority is being transferred. Strategy is being revealed. And I need you close enough to hear me whisper it. That's why distraction suddenly increased. Why chaos tried to take your peace. Because the enemy could sense what was coming before you even knew. But now you know. And that knowledge demands your awareness. I need you watchful, not anxious, but spiritually alert. I want your eyes open to the subtleties, your ears tuned to my tone. The shift will not be loud. It will come like a sunrise, subtle, but unstoppable. Don't look for signs in the obvious places. Look for me in the quiet corners. I am not bound by the grand or the glamorous. I often enter through the humble. That is why I chose you. You have learned how to kneel in hidden places. You've mastered the silence. You've chosen the still path when many chased noise. And now, that posture of surrender has drawn me so near. My presence is no longer distant, it is surrounding you, even now. Can you sense the holy weight that's entering your atmosphere? It's the presence of destiny, clothed in stillness, carried on peace. Let your soul adjust to it. Let your thoughts come into alignment. There is no need to strive. I am not a taskmaster. I am a father, and I have come to walk with you in the cool of the evening again. That's what this night is about, a reunion of spirit and soul. I am bringing you back to the deep places where we first met. Do you remember when you felt my voice clearer than anything? I'm returning you to that sacred frequency. You don't need to manufacture it. You simply need to remain close. Tonight is not about doing more, it's about receiving more deeply. Many chase performance, but I pursue hearts. And yours, my child, has remained open even in weariness. So now I pour into it. I fill it with perspective. I saturate it with revelation. And I blanket it with divine timing. Nothing will be right, but nothing will be delayed. This hour is synchronized with heaven's calendar. The clock that ticks tonight carries more weight than the months that passed before it. You are stepping into fulfillment without striving for it. You will see me open doors, not because you pushed, but because you obeyed. That obedience has unlocked alignment, and that alignment is now producing acceleration. You may have felt behind, but in my hands, you're arriving right on time. There is no delay when I am leading. There is only divine timing. And you, my child, are walking into a moment that has been marinated in mercy, seasoned with patience, and prepared with precision. I don't just want you near me, I want you completely in step with me. Walk with me, not ahead. Rest with me, not behind. Stay in this pace of peace. The noise of the world may scream louder tonight, but ignore it. You're not meant to match its value. You're meant to carry my tone. Speak softly. Love freely. Trust deeply. Move only when I lead. And watch how doors open without force. You've entered the flow now, the stream of my spirit. You are not swimming against the current anymore. You are being carried. To let go of the urge to control. I know what's next. And if you stay this close, you'll see it too before anyone else even senses the change. This is our moment. Let's walk through it together. You've arrived at the very edge of something extraordinary. This isn't a delay or a detour, it's the moment I mentioned in whispers when your heart was too tired to imagine possibility. Do you recall those nights when all you had were questions and a quiet sense that something bigger was on the horizon? That inner knowing wasn't your imagination. It was me preparing you. Every unanswered prayer was forming the foundation of what is beginning right now. This hour isn't just significant, it's saturated with fulfillment. What's unfolding before you has been hidden until now, not to deprive you, but to mature you for the weight of what I'm about to place in your hands. Timing is sacred. If I had moved before you were ready, the blessing would have felt like a burden. But tonight, readiness meets release. And as it does, you'll feel a surge of clarity rise like sunlight through morning fog. The journey you've endured wasn't without purpose. You learned endurance, not just for survival, but for stewardship. You will not mishandle what's being entrusted to you. There were seasons where everything felt stripped away. I didn't remove things to punish you. I cleared space so what truly belongs could find room to grow. What is coming carries no contamination. It's pure, it's purposeful, and it's protected. The enemy hoped fatigue would blind you from seeing it arrive. But I've sustained your spirit. And now that the atmosphere is shifting, your vision will sharpen. This hour is unlike anything you've experienced because what I'm doing isn't just for your benefit, it's meant to ripple through generations. Your obedience has created legacy-level impact. You may not have seen the ripple, but heaven has. When you chose integrity in isolation, when you sowed in silence, when you forgave without recognition, those moments echoed louder in heaven than any sermon ever preached. And now, what was done in secret is being honored openly. I am elevating without announcement. I am blessing without condition. I am restoring what was withheld and replacing what was lost with more than you dared to request. You've been tried in fire, and the fire did not consume you, it refined your voice, sharpened your vision, and deepened your roots. That's why when the wind comes tonight, you won't bend like before. You'll stand, not by might, but through divine fortification. I'm rebuilding you with new material, grace you haven't tasted yet, strength you've never needed before, and wisdom not learned from men but imparted by my spirit. What you're about to walk into doesn't require validation from people. You already have heaven's endorsement. As the night deepens, listen carefully. There are things I'll reveal that cannot be unlearned. I'm giving you insight that will answer questions you've carried for years. Expect me to rearrange even the things you thought were settled. Not because you were wrong, but because the new level requires a fresh structure. I am not a God of confusion, I'm a God of divine patterns. And when I shift the pieces, it's not to unsettle you, it's to make sure you're standing on what's truly unshakable. Let tonight be a marking. This is not a season, it's a transition, a divine reset. And when you awaken tomorrow, something internal will feel brand new. Not because the external has changed yet, but because your spirit caught up to what I already declared over you. Carry this confidence not in yourself but in me. You are not stepping into uncertainty, you are walking into a prepared place. And the preparation wasn't just for the promise, it was for the person you've become. You're ready now, and so am I. Let's step forward. Something has already shifted in the unseen. Though it may still look the same around you, the momentum of heaven has been activated. While the world sleeps, I am orchestrating events that will leave no room for doubt. Pieces that once seemed unrelated are coming together like the final strokes of a masterpiece. You won't have to force anything. What is meant for you will begin arriving, as if drawn by magnetism. My design is exact. Not a second too soon, not a moment too late. Divine precision is shaping your outcome even while you breathe these words. Do not expect the fulfillment to shout when it arrives. It will walk in with grace, gentle but undeniable. What used to delay you will now accelerate you, and what once felt too far will suddenly feel within reach. You spent so much time wondering when things would change, when the page would turn. That page is flipping now. I've been writing this chapter while you thought the pen was still. Every silence was filled with sacred intention. You weren't forgotten, you were being refined. You weren't abandoned, you were being set apart. And now, the process turns into manifestation. Expect changes that don't make sense to others. Expect alignments that happen without explanation. I don't need logic to perform miracles, I need your readiness. And you are ready, even if you still feel unsure. I will meet you where faith begins, not where perfection resides. What I'm doing now requires your participation and trust. You cannot walk into this night holding on to yesterday's fear. I am inviting you into a deeper realm of surrender, one where peace is no longer dependent on understanding. Let go of needing every detail. My glory doesn't follow blueprints, it births them. I will show you the reason behind my movements once you've stepped into them. This time, you will walk not by what is seen, but by the echo of my voice within. That whisper, that nudge, that prompting you've kept ignoring, I'm amplifying it tonight. You won't be able to ignore it anymore because your purpose is tied to your response. You've prayed for open doors. But tonight, I'm not only opening access, I'm unlocking you. The version of you that's emerging had been buried beneath expectations and fear. I'm peeling those layers away. I am calling out the brave soul I created, the one not afraid to walk with me into places no one else understands. This version of you has no need to explain. This version moves with assurance, knowing that where I go, favor follows. You've been hidden for long enough. The unveiling begins under the moonlight. You don't need a crowd, just my presence. And I am here. This hour is not merely a season changer, it's a mantle moment. I'm placing something on your shoulders that will carry weight but not burden. It will stretch you, but it will never crush you. What I place upon you tonight has been tailored to fit the shape of your calling. It won't resemble anyone else's assignment because your journey has been uniquely forged. I am setting you apart not to isolate you, but to equip you. You'll walk into rooms you once only dreamed about, and when you do, you'll realize the waiting wasn't wasted, it was the anointing growing silently. As I speak now, something in your atmosphere is bending toward breakthrough. You can't see it with your natural eyes, but your spirit senses the shift. Stay anchored in that sense. Lean into the stillness. That's where I speak clearest. The noise of the world will try to pull you into distraction, but the pull of my presence will always feel like peace. Choose peace. Choose me. Let this be the night you say yes without hesitation. Let this be the hour you decide to stop looking back. You are not what you've been through. You are not who they said you were. You are who I've always known you to be, chosen, prepared, and appointed for such a time as this. Let the night do its work. Something holy is unfolding. Every path you're about to step onto has already been touched by my hand. You are not walking into the unknown. You are walking into territory I have already inspected, sanctified, and assigned to you. Though you may still feel uncertain, your footsteps are ordered with purpose. What appears ahead as risk is actually alignment wearing the disguise of mystery. I have walked ahead of you, not just to make a way but to ensure the road is clear of traps that once ensnared you. What used to trip you will not hinder you anymore. The terrain has changed. What was once filled with resistance has now been softened by grace. The thorns that cut you before have been removed, and in their place blooms peace. You've asked me before, what if I take the wrong turn? Hear this clearly now when you stay near my voice. No path taken in obedience can ever be wrong. Detours only exist for those trying to run ahead of me. But you've chosen to walk beside me. That is why tonight carries a different atmosphere. It's not filled with striving or anxiety, it's filled with quiet assurance. You will notice that your spirit no longer races to solve everything. That's because I've silenced the storm within. Your restlessness has met my sovereignty. Your wandering heart is being steadied by my truth. You no longer need to chase signs when you are walking with the one who authors them. I want you to notice how everything around you begins to feel different. Conversations will carry more weight. Silence will seem more profound. Even the wind may feel like it's speaking something new. That's because I am communicating with you in layers now, not just through words, but through environments. My presence is woven into your surroundings tonight, and I am drawing your attention back to the simplicity of communion with me. You don't need complex language or elaborate rituals to connect. A simple moment of awareness is enough. A still heart, an open ear, a surrendered whisper, that's where I dwell. I know you've battled with the weight of responsibility, the fear of failing me, the pressure to always get everything right. Let those fears fall away now. You were never meant to carry the pressure of perfection. I do not call the flawless, I call the willing. And your willingness is what draws me close. Even when your faith wavered, your heart stayed inclined toward me. That's why I've chosen to reveal these things to you first. Others may not understand why you are shifting, why you are moving differently, why your eyes seem more fixed on something invisible, but you do. Because I've placed within you a compass that no storm can break. It is guided by truth, anchored in trust, and powered by love. Tonight, I am not just walking ahead, I'm also walking with you. One hand clearing what's in front, the other holding you as you move forward. And not just forward in distance, but upward in dimension. There are things I'm calling you to carry now that require elevation. Not status, not popularity, but spiritual altitude. Your prayers are rising, and so must your posture. I'm bringing you higher so you can see from my perspective. Up here, fear loses its form. Worry looks small. Problems shrink under the vastness of possibility. And you, once timid in the valley, now stand steady on the mountain. Don't measure this moment by what your physical eyes can see. Use the lens of your spirit. That's where the reality of heaven is clearer than any surface reflection. You may still feel unqualified, but I'm not looking for credentials. I'm looking for yielded vessels. That's you. You've given me your yes when no one saw. You've remained faithful when others forgot. And now, I wrap this night around you like a promise made visible. The time for waiting is being overtaken by the time for walking. The stillness wasn't a void, it was a setup for acceleration. And the first step begins now. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Now. Within you, something has already awakened. It is not imagination or emotion, it is a deep spiritual activation that cannot be reversed. You may not yet know how to describe it, but you can feel the difference. The weight that once pressed on your chest is lifting. The thoughts that used to spiral into confusion are being unraveled and untangled by clarity. I've placed a mark on your spirit, invisible to the world but fully recognized in the realm of the eternal. It's the mark of readiness, of spiritual maturity, of divine distinction. This isn't a result of religious routine. It's the outcome of honest pursuit. You sought me not for what I could give, but for who I am. That kind of hunger always leads to encounter. The stirring you feel is heaven's signal that change has already begun. Not external change first, but inward expansion. Before you see transformation around you, I enlarge the capacity within you. There's more room in your heart for hope now. More space in your thoughts for peace to dwell. More stillness in your spirit to receive what cannot be taught by men, only revealed by my spirit. I am increasing your ability to perceive beyond what is obvious. This is why certain situations that once consumed you no longer feel as loud. You are tuning into a higher frequency, one that overrides chaos and surpasses shallow opinions. You're hearing me above the noise. That is not an accident, it's growth. From this point forward, your steps will carry spiritual weight. You'll notice that when you speak, people pause not because of you, but because my presence travels with your words. Your life has become a vessel of atmosphere. Wherever you go, the tone of the room shifts not through force, but through the still power of alignment. You are walking not just in direction, but in synchronization with my heartbeat. And that heartbeat is pulsing faster tonight. Not with anxiety, but with divine urgency. There is much I am unfolding, and your role in it is irreplaceable. You've wondered why your journey has felt isolated at times. It's because I needed to remove the background noise of unnecessary voices. Not everyone could walk with you into this moment. Some relationships were temporary scaffolding meant only for the earlier construction phases. But now, the framework is complete, and I am building with precision. Only those aligned with your purpose can walk beside you now. Don't mourn what's been removed. Celebrate the space it created. That space is where I'm planting new things, relationships that sharpen, conversations that uplift, connections that carry the sound of destiny instead of distraction. Even as I speak now, you may feel a holy discomfort. It's because what no longer fits is being gently released. Let it go. Do not hold on to what I'm trying to prune. This moment is fertile, but clutter suffocates growth. What remains will multiply, because it is rooted in obedience. I am not asking you to understand everything, I am asking you to trust the unfolding. You've never walked this path before, but I have. I know every turn, every stretch, every unseen bend. I know where you will need strength, and I've already placed provision ahead. You won't have to ask for it when you arrive, it will be waiting. This journey isn't about speed, it's about precision. I am not rushing you, I am readying you. Each step you take tonight isn't just forward, it's deeper. Deeper into awareness. Deeper into revelation. Deeper into identity. You no longer need to chase validation from external sources. You've been affirmed by the one whose voice created time itself. That voice is calling you into a new realm of assurance, one that cannot be stolen by circumstance or silenced by criticism. Let this be the night you realize how much has already changed. Let this be the hour you step fully into the newness I've carved out for you. Not as a visitor, but as a rightful heir. You don't have to try harder to become what I've already declared you to be. Just receive it. Wear it. Walk in it. Because tonight is not about preparation anymore, it's about motion. And the next breath you take carries the wind of forward. This night carries something ancient and prophetic, a fulfillment that was spoken over you before you took your first breath. The separation you've experienced wasn't punishment, it was preservation. I've been guarding your spirit for this very unveiling. You were never meant to blend into the background. You were never designed to fit the mold the world tried to press you into. What they call different, I call destiny. What they misunderstood in you, I handcrafted with intention. You are not random. Every detail of your design points toward a divine blueprint I've kept hidden until the right moment. That moment is now. You were set apart because your calling carries a weight that casual living can't sustain. I did allow certain doors to open before because the rooms weren't ready for the fullness of who you are. Not every opportunity was worthy of your presence. Not every platform could carry the purity of what I placed within you. That's why it seemed like delay. But in reality, it was my protection. I preserved your voice, your fire, your wonder, so that when you finally stepped forward, it would be on ground that could hold the magnitude of your mission. Tonight, I'm unlocking the reason for every no, every redirection, every closed path. I'm revealing why the wilderness lasted longer than you expected. Because what I've stored in you couldn't be rushed. You've carried questions that went unanswered for years. I'm not just sending you answers, I'm releasing you into embodiment. You're about to live out the truth your heart has long carried in silence. You will no longer need to explain your journey. It will be evident in your presence. There's an authority rising in you that wasn't turned by status, but refined by fire. You've walked through betrayal without bitterness, disappointment without despair, and silence without surrendering. That kind of endurance reshapes identity. And now, you're becoming someone even you didn't fully see coming. This unveiling isn't about becoming someone new, it's about remembering who you've always been. As I position you in places that feel unfamiliar, don't be alarmed. You were made to pioneer. I'm not calling you to follow familiar footsteps, I'm calling you to create new paths. What you've learned in isolation you will now teach through action. You won't have to announce your arrival, your alignment with me will make it known. The way you carry yourself, the decisions you make, the peace that surrounds you, these will be your message. I am highlighting you, not for fame, but for impact. Your voice will carry weight because it's been seasoned with silence. Your gaze will hold compassion because it's seen what pain looks like up close. Your hands will bring healing because they've known what it means to hold on through the storm. What's being activated tonight is not momentary. It's generational. You're carrying seeds that will bear fruit far beyond your lifetime. This is why the warfare was so intense. The enemy didn't just see who you are, he saw what would come through you. But he failed. Because despite everything, you didn't quit. And now, I honor that resilience with revelation. You're going to see in the spirit like never before. Things that were once blurry will now be crystal clear. People will come to you for direction, sensing the authority you now walk in, not from pride, but from presence. My presence, the one that has never left your side, even in the shadows. There is no more striving for significance. You've already been commissioned. The heavens know your name. Your purpose has a pulse, and it beats with the rhythm of heaven's timing. Walk with confidence into this night, not because you know all the answers, but because you're holding hands with the one who does. I will continue guiding your every step. Even the ones that feel small will carry enormous consequence. Don't underestimate the power of obedience. That whisper you feel, that's me. And I never speak without intent. This is not the end of your waiting, it's the birth of your walking. I've gone before you. Now rise and follow me into the unveiling. There's movement happening around you that your natural senses can't yet interpret. You may feel unsettled, like something is shifting beneath your feet, and that feeling is accurate. But do not be afraid. This transition is not meant to shake you, it's meant to lift you. You are not being cast out. You are being carried forward. The winds you feel are not the winds of loss, they are the breath of my spirit pushing you into the next chapter I have written. You're not being uprooted without reason. I'm replanting you into richer soil. What once felt stable is no longer suitable for where I'm taking you. So I'm guiding you out of familiar patterns and into a space designed for your next dimension. It may seem like things are falling apart, but in reality, they are being divinely reordered. What doesn't align with your next season is being gently dismantled. I'm removing scaffolding that was only meant to support your foundation, not to live in permanently. Some structures were temporary, but you started to treat them like destiny. That's why the letting go feels painful. But I promise, I never subtract without preparing for overflow. I'm clearing your surroundings so that what I send won't compete with what I never intended you to keep. Make room, even if it means releasing what once comforted you. Many of the things that once defined your direction no longer apply. That's because you've outgrown them. Your spirit has expanded. Your vision has evolved. Your discernment has matured. And now, the space that once felt large now feels limiting. Attention isn't rebellion, it's revelation. You're awakening to the realization that my voice is inviting you into places you never thought possible. Don't shrink to make others comfortable. Don't remain small to preserve relationships that no longer feed your purpose. I'm not asking you to abandon love, I'm asking you to prioritize alignment. And when alignment comes, peace follows, even if understanding takes time to catch up. I know there's a part of you that still wonders if you're truly ready. But readiness isn't perfection, it's willingness shaped by surrender. You've yielded when it costs you. You've remained steady when it would have been easier to retreat. And now, I am drawing you into forward motion, not as a hesitant visitor, but as a rightful steward of what I've built in the shadows. I'm not only calling you higher, I'm going with you. I never ask you to go where I haven't already secured victory. The winds that push against you are not obstacles, they are confirmations. Resistance is often a sign that territory is about to be taken. Tonight, you will feel that resistance try to rise again, but don't retreat. You're not moving in your own strength. You're surrounded. What surrounds you is greater than what opposes you. My presence has filled every unseen gap. My glory is rising over every hidden battle. You're not alone in the transition. Angels have already been dispatched. Peace will not leave your side. Even in unfamiliar settings, you will sense me. The more you lean into trust, the more you will realize this shift was never meant to be survived. It was meant to be embraced. I don't bring you into motion without first anchoring you in purpose. You prayed for progress. This is what it looks like. Not a parade, not applause, but a sacred invitation into momentum that only heaven could orchestrate. Things will begin to move quickly now, but you will not feel rushed. That's how you will know it's me. You will find rest even while you're advancing. You'll feel grounded even as everything changes around you. You're not losing yourself, you're finally becoming who I created you to be before the world handed you its version. Let the wind carry you. Let go of needing to understand every detail. Let me lead you with my presence, not pressure. Everything I've done in you until this moment has been preparing you for this movement. And everything I'm about to do through you will be the overflow of that preparation. Don't cling to what no longer fits. The chapter is closing, but the story is far from over. Let tonight be the hinge that swings open the door to everything I've been whispering. You're not stepping into a mystery, you're stepping into fulfillment. The wind is rising. Trust it. It's carrying you toward destiny. What's unfolding now is not imagination, it is the early echo of promises beginning to take shape. Things spoken over your life long ago, things you tucked away and wondered if you misheard, are beginning to rise from the soil of waiting. You didn't miss it. You didn't misinterpret me. It wasn't a fantasy, it was prophecy. And the fullness of time has come. I've not forgotten a single word I spoke over you, even if your memory of it blurred under the weight of delay. Heaven's timeline has now met your obedience, and in that meeting manifestation is born. You are stepping into what I preserved for the moment you were mature enough to carry it with humility. This is no longer the season of sowing without sight. You are crossing into the hour where fruit will begin to appear quietly at first, then suddenly in abundance. The seeds of faith you buried in seasons of silence were never dormant. They were active beneath the surface. The pressure you felt wasn't punishment, it was the soil deepening, making room for stronger roots. You stayed when it was easier to walk away. You listened when no one else believed. And now, the reward for your resilience is being released, not in the way the world defines reward, but in the way heaven does, through peace, purpose, and undeniable favor. There is no striving here, only surrender. What I'm building in your life now doesn't need your force, it needs your flow. I will guide you like a current. gentle yet powerful. You won't have to knock down doors. They will open at the sound of your presence, because my spirit goes before you. People will ask how it happened so suddenly, but they won't see the years of hidden preparation. That's how I work. What appears overnight was being cultivated in secret for years. I did that with you. I protected your growth from premature exposure so that when this moment came, you'd be rooted enough not to topple under the weight of visibility. You're not entering a place to be impressed, you're entering a position to impact. The spaces I'm bringing you into will not be for decoration, but transformation. You are my vessel, not my decoration. You weren't created to simply observe miracles, you were fashioned to carry them. You were designed to shift rooms, not just walk through them. And now, I am positioning you with people who will see the oil you carry and not envy it but honor it. There is a tribe assigned to your call, and I am connecting you even now. Some introductions will happen in the most unexpected ways. Don't overlook anyone. I am using unconventional means to fulfill divine appointments. As you begin to witness what's unfolding, keep your posture low. Elevation without humility leads to instability. But you've learned how to live bowed, how to worship when no one was watching, how to love me when blessings weren't obvious. That is why I trust you with this next level. Not because you asked, but because you stayed faithful when I said nothing. I can trust the one who doesn't need constant confirmation to continue. You've shown me that kind of trust. And now, I'm honoring it with evidence. You're going to see me in ways you've never seen before, not because I've changed, but because you've grown into the level where I can show you more. This realm of fulfilled promises is not only about receiving, it's about stewarding. You are now a carrier of breakthrough for others. The same way I lifted you, I will lift through you. Your story will be the bridge someone else walks across to meet me. Your journey was never just about you. And because you didn't hoard the lessons, I will now multiply the outcomes. The time you thought you lost will be returned in ways more meaningful than anything you could have planned. The strength you've gained will become someone else's anchor. And the clarity you're receiving will serve as a compass for many who feel lost. So breathe deeply tonight. Inhale the atmosphere of arrival. Let go of the fear that history will repeat itself. This is not like the last time. This isn't a false start. This isn't a test. This is the real thing. The doors are opening. The way is being cleared. The voice calling you forward is mine. Step with courage. Speak with authority. Love without restraint. The wait has expired. What I promised is now becoming your reality. Even as the world quiets down and night settles in, heaven is wide awake on your behalf. While others rest unaware, I am actively shifting the atmosphere in your favor. There are movements happening now, movements you did ask for but deeply needed. Not everything I do comes with a trumpet sound. Some of my most powerful works begin while you are unaware, when you are at your weakest, when your striving is paused. That's when I move most freely, when I'm not competing with your need to figure it all out. Tonight, you are not being required to work harder. You are being invited to rest deeper. Rest is not an activity. It is alignment. It is the posture of one who trusts that their Father is still working even when they are not. While your body lies in stillness, your spirit remains in conversation with me. There are things I am depositing into you that your mind will catch up to in the morning. Dreams will carry more weight. Silence will begin to speak louder. What once seemed coincidental will begin to feel orchestrated. I am retraining your awareness, teaching you how to perceive me in subtle ways. The reason is simple. I want you to recognize my hand even when it's not dramatic. You've seen me in power, but now I want to show you my precision. I'm not just the God of thunder, I'm the God of details. And I'm working those details together for your good right now. The favor coming toward you has nothing to do with your qualifications. It's not tied to performance, it's tied to identity. You are mine. Alone is enough. When you accepted that truth, heaven began arranging opportunities around it. This next phase of your life isn't about proving your worth. It's about walking in what's already been assigned to you. The doors I'm opening will not require you to explain yourself. The evidence of my presence in your life will speak louder than any resume. You will carry a peace that unsettles the proud and comforts the broken. That peace is your armor. It's the sign that you no longer strive to earn what's already been written in your name. Tonight is a threshold. You are crossing over from managing pressure to receiving provision. This shift isn't only about you, it will impact those connected to you. You've been chosen not just to rise, but to lift others as you go. And I will show you who is meant to go with you and who must be blessed from afar. This isn't rejection, it's realignment. You are being surrounded by those who carry the same sound, the same hunger, the same purity of heart. They may not look like what you expected, but they've been assigned by me. Connections formed under my guidance don't have to be forced. They flow. Just like everything I am doing in your life tonight. What happens in the spirit before morning will shift what happens in the natural over the coming days. You'll notice unexpected favor in conversations. You'll receive news that seems to come out of nowhere. That's the result of what I'm putting in place right now. I don't need time to do great things. I simply need your agreement. And when you laid down your fear, when you stopped trying to control the outcome, that's when you gave me full access. Now, I'm building what eyes haven't seen and ears haven't heard, but your heart has always known was possible. So breathe. Not with worry, but with expectation. This is not the beginning of a storm, it's the arrival of the promise. Don't brace for trouble. Prepare for fulfillment. Let tonight be the night you let go of every what if and replace it with even if. Even if it comes differently than imagined, even if it takes a new form. You know my voice. You know my hand. You trust my heart. And because of that, nothing will be withheld. Lay your head down in confidence. Not in yourself, but in me. I've seen the blueprint. I know the plan. You're walking into what I've already finished. Rest now. Heaven is working. There is more inside you than you have yet seen. So much hath been hidden under layers of survival, beneath responsibilities, pain, and silence. But now, in this very hour, I am bringing it to the surface. You've known glimpses of your strength, but what I placed within you goes beyond what you've tapped into. You've lived with a fraction of your inheritance because the time wasn't right to reveal it. But tonight, the timing aligns. I'm unsealing what I buried deep. Not as a surprise, but as a strategy. I waited for the right moment to stir the waters. And now, what's inside you is rising. Not for display, but for divine deployment. You didn't go through all of this just to survive, you went through it to discover what had been placed within you all along. Every challenge shaped capacity. Every delay carved endurance. Every quiet yes shaped resilience. You thought the pressing was punishment, but it was preparation. Like oil hidden inside the olive, there was a crushing to release the essence. Not to harm you, but to reveal you. I'm not calling forth someone new. I'm uncovering the one I created before anyone labeled you. Their words tried to define you. Their rejection tried to diminish you. But my spirit preserved what was untouched by the world's misunderstanding. You're going to notice something changing in how you move. Confidence not from ego, but from revelation. You will walk differently, not because you practiced, but because you finally believe me. You will speak and not second-guess yourself. You'll make decisions with clarity. What used to confuse you will now look obvious. That's because identity has settled in your soul. Not from titles or affirmations, but from intimacy. You've heard my voice long enough that now, when you stand, it will carry my authority. And when you speak, you'll feel the weight of heaven behind your words. This revelation of who you are is not a burst of inspiration, it's a holy unveiling. I'm not giving you borrowed words or shallow encouragement. I'm letting you see through my eyes. I want you to recognize your reflection in the light of eternity, not in the shadow of opinion. You've measured yourself against standards I never created. You've questioned your impact based on numbers and outcomes. But I look at surrender, not scale. I weigh faithfulness, not fame. And you, You've been faithful in the quiet places. You've remained when it was costly. You believed even when you had every reason to doubt. That's why I trust you now with this kind of revelation. And with this comes a shift in your environment. You won't be able to remain in certain circles not because they're beneath you, but because they no longer match what's awakening within you. You're being called into rooms that require your full identity, not a watered-down version of it. Don't shrink to accommodate comfort. Don't dim to avoid offense. The world doesn't need more copies, it needs your authenticity. The real you is an answer to a cry someone hasn't even spoken aloud yet. That's why I'm calling you to step fully in. Not hesitating. Not hiding. Not wondering if you're enough. You are. What I'm revealing in you will start to open things around you. Favor will follow identity. Alignment will follow clarity. When you embrace who you truly are in me, the world around you responds. Opportunities begin to recognize you. Relationships begin to shift. Even closed doors begin to reconsider. Because the atmosphere changes when the true you walks in. Not the version that performed, not the one that played small, but the one that knows it is deeply seen, deeply known, and deeply loved by me. Tonight is not about asking for something new, it's about realizing what you've always had. I placed it within you before time began. And now, I'm bringing it into full view. Walk into the next hour with eyes open and heart steady. You are not discovering a new version of yourself, you are stepping into the one I've been waiting to introduce to the world. The time has come. Let it rise. There were seasons where it felt like everything stopped. Conversations faded. Opportunities dried up. Even my voice seemed distant. You searched for direction and found none. You prayed for answers and heard nothing. A space so quiet, so long felt unbearable. But I want you to understand now what you couldn't see then. The silence wasn't abandonment. It was sacred space. I wasn't gone, I was guarding. The stillness around you was a sanctuary where transformation took root. I placed you in the quiet so your identity could be rewired, so your soul could heal, so your foundation would be built without the noise of outside influence. You thought you were being overlooked. But the truth is, I had you hidden on purpose. Not to punish, but to preserve. Some things can only grow in the soil of silence. And what I was growing inside you required protection from premature exposure. There are gifts I deposited in that silence that will now begin to emerge. Wisdom that could only come through waiting. Discernment that was sharpened in the absence of applause. A voice that no longer trembles when it speaks. You didn't just survive the silence, you were strengthened by it. You weren't wasting time. Time was working for you. While the world rushed ahead, I slowed you down not to delay your purpose, but to deepen your roots. And now, those roots are ready to hold the weight of the harvest I'm releasing. You won't collapse under what's coming, because you were built in stillness. And what is built in stillness stands firm when the wind comes. That's why you're still here, even when others thought you'd fade. You're not fragile, you're fortified. Do not mourn the silence anymore. Celebrate it. Its sacred stillness carried more divine activity than you ever imagined. Every quiet moment was filled with unseen shaping. I removed distractions that would have sabotaged you. I withheld visibility that would have tempted you. I delayed connections that would have drained you. I allowed stillness so you could meet me in ways noise never allows. In the silence, I became more than a provider, I became your portion. And now that the silence has done its work, I am shifting the sound. You will notice movement where there was none. Invitations where there was isolation. Open doors where there had only been closed spaces. But it's not because you finally proved yourself, it's because the preparation season has completed its purpose. This unveiling isn't rushed. It's right on schedule. There's no need to scramble or perform. The opening that is arriving fits you because it was made for the person you've become, not the one you were trying to be. I crafted it to match who you are after the silence. And now, I'm calling you to walk forward with a confidence rooted in communion. You're not guessing anymore. You're not dependent on outside voices to validate what you know deep within. You hear me clearly now. The noise that used to confuse you no longer has power. The clarity you've received in stillness has given you a compass that worldly success could never provide. That clarity is your guide. It will protect you from distractions masquerading as opportunities. It will help you recognize alignment when it comes. It will remind you that you don't need to run ahead to find me. I'm walking with you. Don't be surprised if you feel the atmosphere shift again. That's the sound of breakthrough. That's the vibration of prayers reaching fulfillment. That's the echo of silence turning into song. What was once hidden is being revealed. But it's not for display, it's for purpose. You've emerged from the stillness with more than strength. You've come out carrying a sound that breaks barriers and a spirit that moves mountains. You are ready not just to be seen, but to lead, to build, to bless. So step forward, not with anxiety, but with assurance. The silence served you well. And now, the voice that once felt distant is flowing without restriction. I'm not holding back anymore. You're ready. And everything I reserved for this hour is beginning to unfold. Every obstruction that once blocked your path is being lifted, and the road ahead, though still unfamiliar, is now made accessible. You've walked carefully for so long, afraid to step too far or too fast, worried that a wrong move would cost you progress. But now I want you to know the pathway has been cleared. I've gone ahead not just to open doors, but to remove snares. The barriers you once saw as permanent were only temporary. You didn't have to break them down. I dismantled them myself. That's what I've been doing while you waited. I've been working behind the scenes in places you couldn't reach, shifting structures that were never meant to hold you back forever. You've been hesitant to move forward because the past left residue, uncertainty, hesitation, the fear of repeat pain. But this next season doesn't carry the same traps. You're not stepping into a cycle, you're stepping into fulfillment. The patterns that used to derail your confidence have lost their power. The strategies that the enemy once used to confuse and detour you will no longer be effective. Why? Because your discernment has matured. You no longer walk by surface signs, you walk by the deep knowledge of my leading. And I have spoken. It's time to move. You're not walking alone. I'm not watching from a distance. I'm walking beside you, shoulder to shoulder, guiding each step with intentionality. And even when you feel like you're stepping into the unknown, know this: the unknown to you is fully known to me. What's hidden to your sight is crystal clear in my view. I see the bends in the path, the turns you don't expect, the hills you didn't prepare for. But I've already adjusted your pace to match the terrain. You won't be overwhelmed because I've calibrated the journey to suit the strength I've built inside of you. Now, let go of the pressure to figure it all out in advance. I'm not asking you to see every destination before you begin. I'm inviting you to trust the guide. You don't need to see every detail when you walk with the one who authored the entire map. I hold the blueprint. I chart the course. And as you follow, you'll begin to realize that the path isn't as difficult as it once felt. It's not because the road changed, it's because you've changed. The weight of uncertainty has lifted. The fog of doubt has cleared. And your spirit has grown bold with the assurance that I am present. I know you've worried about making another misstep, repeating previous errors, or opening your heart only to see it mishandled again. But this space you're walking into has been purified. It's been prepared specifically for you. The people I am aligning you with will see you through the lens of purpose, not convenience. You will no longer be tolerated, you will be valued. Your presence won't feel like a burden, because I am surrounding you with those who are equipped to honor what you carry. This time, the room you enter will fit the weight of your call. You don't need to apologize for being ready. You don't need to diminish the strength I've forged in you. You've walked through refining fire and come out with substance. What was lost in earlier seasons is being restored now, not just in measure, but in meaning. And as you walk into this open space, you'll feel something different, not the resistance of before, but the ease that comes with alignment. Doors will open without you pushing. Resources will find you without chasing. Confirmation will flow without begging for it. It's the evidence that I've gone before you. Walk forward not with arrogance, but with quiet strength. You don't have to prove your readiness, I've already validated it. Let each step be filled with the awareness that you are exactly where you are meant to be. The ground you're walking on has been prayed over, wept over, prepared through years of unseen obedience. You're not just stepping into a new season, you're stepping into a prepared place. And I am the one who prepared it. Welcome to the path that was always yours. It's time. The waiting never made sense to you. You wondered why doors stayed closed while others advanced. You asked me, again and again, what more had to be done, what lesson was left, what fault still needed fixing. And in that quiet tension, you learned to carry hope without answers. But tonight, I want you to know, the time it took was not punishment, it was perfection. What seemed like delay was me protecting the timing of your unveiling. Because what I'm about to place in your life is not temporary, and things of eternal value can't be rushed. You're about to understand why I allowed every pause, every redirection, every lonely night. Nothing was wasted. Every hour served a purpose. There were things I had to align beyond your sight. People had to be prepared. Atmospheres needed to be adjusted. Circumstances that didn't involve you directly still needed to fall into place before you could walk into what I promised. You didn't fail, things just weren't ready. And now, they are. The stage you're stepping into has been cleared of the obstacles that would have drained you. You won't have to fix what others broke. I've already handled it. Your hands are free to build, not to battle. This is the moment where you shift from waiting to receiving, from surviving to establishing. The reason it felt so long is because what I'm doing is so much larger than what you expected. You prayed for answers. I've been preparing legacy. You asked for healing. I've been orchestrating resurrection. You thought you were behind schedule, but you were actually ahead of distractions that would have sabotaged your future. I held you back not to punish you, but to preserve the magnitude of what I'm releasing now. You will not just walk into opportunity, you will walk into overflow. And the contrast between where you were and where I'm taking you will become a testimony all by itself. You've matured during the delay in ways you didn't even realize. You respond with patience now instead of panic. You move in peace instead of pressure. And most importantly, you trust me in silence. That trust is the foundation of everything I'm building next. I couldn't allow acceleration before that trust took root, because what I'm giving you now will require unshakable reliance on my voice above all else. There will be moments ahead where no one will understand what I've told you to do, but you will, because we've built a history together in the dark. And that private history is what will keep you grounded in public elevation. So many others would have walked away, but you stayed. You didn't even know how strong you'd become until you realized that storms don't scare you anymore. You've been weathered, not worn out. And now, I'm clothing you with a confidence that doesn't need to shout. It speaks through your consistency, your calm, your clarity. The strength didn't come from a book or a crowd, it came from me. And because of that, no one can take it from you. Soon, people will start to ask how everything changed so quickly. But they didn't see the nights you cried out. They weren't there when you worshiped through disappointment. They didn't witness the quiet sacrifices, the things you surrendered when no one was watching. But I did. And I've been writing a story through your life that is about to unfold before their eyes. Not to show off, but to show them what I can do with someone who yields completely. What I'm about to do with you will bring healing to others who have been questioning if I still move, if I still speak, if I still come through. Your life will answer that question loudly. So when the breakthrough begins to manifest, stay steady. Don't lose the intimacy that was formed in the in-between. Don't trade connection for comfort. Stay near. Stay yielded. The reward is not just the visible change, it's the invisible authority that will rest on your words and presence. You're not being elevated just to experience blessing. You're being raised to become a blessing. And now, the moment has arrived. Everything is in place. You're about to see why it had to take this long. And when you do, you'll realize my timing was never late. It was perfect. The shift you're beginning to feel isn't your imagination. Something real is happening in the atmosphere around you. It may feel subtle at first, a peace where there used to be tension, an inner clarity where confusion once lived, but what's starting tonight is more than just internal. Everything that surrounds you is responding to the word I spoke over your life. Creation recognizes my voice. When I declare movement, everything begins to align. Doors adjust. Hearts soften. Circumstances that seem fixed begin to bend toward my will. You're not waiting for breakthrough or it's already in motion. The reason things feel different is because they are. My word is causing the environment around you to shift in preparation for your next. Even nature understands this principle. When I speak, things must move. When I call forth rain, clouds gather. When I say light, darkness retreats. And when I proclaim destiny over you, heaven and earth cooperate to carry it forward. You are not walking through life randomly. You are walking in alignment with my declaration. I didn't just whisper over your future, I shouted it into the fabric of time. That's why resistance intensified, because the enemy recognized what was activated before you did. But no opposition can cancel what I've commanded. Delay doesn't equal denial. And silence doesn't mean absence. It means I've been setting the stage for the grand unveiling. You sensed the energy around you change. That's not coincidence, it's spiritual law at work. When I send forth my word, it does not return void. It fulfills everything it was assigned to do. So every prophetic word you've received, every confirmation you've carried in your heart, every vision I placed before your eyes, it's all part of what is now becoming visible. You're walking into the manifestation of promises I made when no one else was listening. Those private moments we shared are now bearing public fruit. I've blows by purpose. I am removing limitations that once felt immovable. Barriers are crumbling without noise. Where you once encountered resistance, you'll now see favor. Not because the world suddenly changed, but because your atmosphere is catching up to my assignment. You no longer have to strive to be seen. You no longer need to push to be heard. I have already made room for you where I intend to place you. The elevation you are about to walk in has been carved out specifically for you. No competition. No comparison. Just clarity. Just calling. Just confirmation. Some will wonder how things are opening so quickly for you now. They won't understand how you've moved from overlooked to positioned. But you'll know. You'll remember the quiet nights of intercession. You'll recall the silent wars you fought in your own soul. You'll look back and understand this wasn't sudden. This was steady. This wasn't luck. This was legacy. And because your foundation is me, nothing that rises from it will fall. You've been built for this. Layer by layer, year by year, moment by sacred moment. And now, the atmosphere is finally reflecting what I've been doing inside you all along. You won't have to force the doors open. You'll walk into rooms where your presence is expected. What once required explanation will now speak for itself. My spirit is going before you, preparing hearts, arranging conversations, even influencing decisions on your behalf. What I spoke over your life is not up for debate. It's already decided. And now, everything around you is shifting to match what I've already settled in heaven. This is what it looks like when alignment becomes visible. You are not late to your purpose, you're arriving exactly when the world needs what you carry. So don't shrink back. Don't question if it's too much too soon. I wouldn't open these doors if you weren't prepared to walk through them. And I wouldn't position you this way if I hadn't already equipped you for the wait. Move forward with grace. Speak with boldness. Carry the presence that shaped you in the hidden place. You are not the same. And neither is your atmosphere. Because when I speak, everything obeys. And I have spoken over you. Each step you took in faith, even when you didn't see results, has created a ripple that's now becoming a wave. You didn't realize it at the time, but your small yes in secret set off a series of heavenly responses. Obedience to my voice doesn't always bring immediate change in the natural, but it always moves things in the spirit. And now, those moments where you chose trust over fear, surrender over control, and integrity over approval have reached their divine tipping point. What you initiated in quiet devotion is about to be echoed loudly in the world around you. This is not coincidence. This is cause and effect in the realm of glory. I've been watching every decision. Not just the visible ones, but the internal alignments you made when no one else noticed. I saw when you said no to shortcuts. I observed when you resisted the urge to take matters into your own hands. I marked every time you chose peace over retaliation. Those moments didn't disappear into obscurity, they were recorded. And they've been accumulating weight in the realm where real change begins. You may have felt like nothing was shifting. But obedience doesn't shout. It builds. And what you've built through consistency is now too solid to ignore. You didn't just follow instructions, you followed me. That's what makes this moment so powerful. You didn't chase outcomes. You chased my heart. That's why I'm moving on your behalf with urgency. Not because you earned it, but because you aligned with my purpose when it cost you. That kind of obedience isn't common. It's sacred. And when I find it, I honor it without hesitation. I don't measure your obedience by results, I measure it by posture. You didn't wait to understand before responding. You moved when it made no sense. And now, everything is about to make sense because of that movement. Chains are breaking not just for you but through you. Your obedience is unlocking freedom for others you haven't even met yet. Your yes has opened pathways in families, relationships, even communities. Don't underestimate the reach of what you've done in faith. Heaven always multiplies what's done in pure surrender. You gave me something small, but your motives were clean, your hands were open, your intentions were surrendered. That's all I ever needed to work miracles. And now, the impact is spreading. This is why I protected you from people who would have tried to manipulate your yes. This is why I shielded you from platforms too early. I wasn't withholding, I was preserving the purity of your motive. Because now that the reaction has begun, it cannot be reversed. What I'm doing through you is not performance, it's fulfillment. The steps of obedience were never about performance-based worthiness. They were about agreement with the flow of my spirit. And now, that agreement has opened doors no resistance can shut. You will notice how quickly things begin to change around you. Not because you hustled harder, but because heaven is now backing your pace. I am synchronizing the external with the internal. What you believed quietly is now being revealed openly. The dreams you carried in silence are going to speak in reality. You won't need to prove that I spoke to you, your life will demonstrate it. And the evidence won't just be provision or position. It will be peace that follows you like a shadow, an authority that manifests without effort. From this moment on, expect unusual responses. Favor will flow from places you thought were closed. Opportunities will locate you without your pursuit. Resources will arrive without your explanation. It's not random, it's the divine response to obedience. You don't have to chase momentum when you walk in step with me. I create momentum through moments of surrender. And your surrender was not missed. It was the signal. The moment you obeyed, I began to move. So step forward now, not to be rewarded but to be trusted. You've proven that your obedience isn't conditional. And that is the kind I can build with. Watch what happens next. The chain has already begun. And the sound it makes will echo through generations. There was a moment quiet and unnoticed by others when you were tempted to walk away. You were weary, disappointed. The silence stretched too long, and the weight of unseen battles wore on your resolve. Everything in your flesh told you to withdraw, to stop hoping, to protect your heart by lowering your expectations. What you didn't. You stayed. You stayed when it would have been easier to retreat. You kept showing up when you had every excuse to disconnect. And that decision, small as it may have seemed, altered everything. Heaven witnessed it. And at that very moment, the shift began. Staying when you could have left is not a passive act. It's an act of war against the forces that tried to dismantle your purpose. You didn't stay because you felt strong, you stayed because you trusted me more than your feelings. That choice carries more power than you realize. It told the enemy that you're not driven by comfort. It proved that your faith is anchored, not circumstantial. And because of that, I am opening new realms of revelation and release that are reserved for those who endure. Your staying didn't just affect your own trajectory, it upheld something generational. There are battles you ended just by refusing to quit. There are patterns you broke by remaining in alignment with me when walking away would have felt justifiable. I saw the private conversations where you cried for direction. I heard the thoughts you didn't share with anyone else. I watched as you laid down your timeline, again and again, and chose surrender. That kind of consistency can't be manufactured. It's formed only in fire. And now that it had been forged, I'm calling it forth. Because you stayed, I'm shifting things around you that were stuck. The pressure that pressed against your forward motion is lifting. The heaviness that clung to your shoulders is breaking off. What once felt immovable is now bowing to the authority of your persistence. Your decision to remain planted even without immediate evidence is producing fruit that will not wither. What's coming is not seasonal. It's sustained. I am establishing you, not just advancing you. Foundations are being reinforced, not just painted over. You will not have to start from scratch again. You've grown in places that others never saw. Patience developed in the shadows. Endurance expanded in the silence. Discernment sharpened through repetition. Now, that inner maturity is becoming an outer mantle. You're going to carry a steadiness that brings peace to every space you enter. You'll lead not by volume, but by vision. Others will feel something different around you, not because you're trying to impress, but because I've marked you with stability. You stayed, and now you will be known for staying power. Do not underestimate what I'm placing in your hands next. Because you prove it trustworthy when nothing seemed to change, I am trusting you with things that will change the lives of others. People who once overlooked you will begin to sense the weight you carry. Not out of pride, but because presence carries authority. And you carry my presence not just in moments of worship, but in every word, every action, every response. You have become a sanctuary. And where you walk, I will move. So many chase acceleration, but I give it to the ones who learn how to hold still when the wind is against them. You have passed through that lesson. You've grown stronger not by running, but by standing. Now, I will cause time to bend in your favor. Progress that once took years will happen in weeks. Not because you demanded it, but because you endured long enough to receive it in fullness. You will not be rushed. You will be launched. And what I launch, I sustain. There is no more testing of your commitment, only fulfillment of what your commitment made room for. Stay position. Stay anchored. Because what begins now is not random, it's a response. You stayed. Till now, I'm pouring. You remained faithful. So now, I'm revealing what I was preparing while you stood still and trusted me anyway. Everything that was blocking progress has been removed, not always visibly, but effectively. What was resisting your forward motion wasn't always external. Some of the barriers were buried beneath your own expectations, fears, and assumptions of how things were supposed to look. I had to gently pull those out, not to punish you, but to make room for something greater. You asked me to move quickly, but I had to move deeply first. And now that the deep places have been prepared, I can begin construction that will not be shaken. The ground beneath your feet has shifted. It's no longer scattered with uncertainty and pain. You may still remember the cracks, but they no longer define your foundation. I have restructured the terrain of your life, and from this moment forward, I am building with uninterrupted intention. Nothing will stall what I'm establishing in this hour, not opinions, not history, not even the doubts that tried to linger. Your story is no longer subject to the patterns that once repeated. I've broken the cycle. What was once common to you has now been replaced by clarity. You don't need to question the pace anymore. What once felt like slowness was a season of excavation. I was digging up the hidden things that would have eventually eroded what I was planning to build. I never desired to rush your outcome. I longed to make sure you could carry what was coming. What I'm constructing now requires endurance, not just enthusiasm. It needs faith that doesn't fade in difficulty. And now, you have it. Your perseverance has made room for permanence. You will begin to see me work in places you stopped expecting movement. Relationships that seemed settled into dysfunction will begin to show signs of healing. Ideas you once shelved as not now will suddenly become relevant again. But this time, they won't come with pressure, they'll come with grace. You're going to feel the rhythm of my hand as I guide your steps. The tension that used to accompany every decision is being replaced by peace. That's how you'll know it's me. No striving, only steady alignment. What I'm doing through you won't just be seen in personal breakthroughs. It will be visible in the way others are impacted by your life. Your story has become a blueprint for those who are still in the process of rebuilding. You don't even realize how many are watching not from a distance of judgment, but from a place of hope. They are waiting to see if restoration is possible. And through you, I will show them that it is. You will not just tell others I am faithful, they will witness that faithfulness through your life. As I build, you will find yourself moving at a speed that doesn't match logic. Doors will open before you even reach them. People will offer favor you didn't request. Solutions will appear without exhausting search. This isn't a result of human strategy, it's the outcome of divine permission. I am allowing things to come together now that would never have aligned without my hand. You don't need to explain this acceleration. Just steward it well. Stay grounded in humility. Stay connected to the quiet place. Let the pace remind you not of how fast you're going, but of how near I am. You will no longer live in reaction to chaos. From here on, you will operate from design. Your decisions won't be based on fear of loss, but on clarity of purpose. I am placing tools in your hands, gifts you didn't know you carried, insight that goes beyond education, wisdom that surprises even those who underestimated you. These aren't rewards, they are assignments. And they will be used not to prove yourself, but to fulfill what I already wrote into your destiny. And now that the ground is clear, we build. Not with shaky hands, but with holy confidence. Not with borrowed blueprints, but with divine architecture. Everything that's coming will be sustained because I laid the first stone. And as we build together, you'll discover that what I'm creating through you is not just for now, it's for what's next. And nothing will interrupt what I've begun. You've spent so much of your life trying to prove you're enough. You've labored to be understood, explaining your heart to people who never had the capacity to see it rightly. You've fought to be taken seriously, to be included, to be seen as credible. But that striving ends now, because I'm stepping in to do what your efforts could never accomplish. From this point forward, it will not be your explanations that open doors, it will be my evidence. You won't have to plead for validation. You will walk in, and what I've placed on your life will speak louder than any introduction ever could. I never asked you to defend your calling. That's not your burden. I never needed you to convince anyone of the anointing you carry. Your fruit will testify. Your peace will reveal what I've done in you. Your consistency, forged in fire, will outlast every false assumption. You don't need to force your way into rooms, I will call you into them when the time is right. And when I do, there will be no striving, no performance, just presence. Mine, yours. That's all that's required. This next stretch of your journey will not be marked by exhaustion, it will be marked by clarity. You'll no longer walk into environments questioning if you belong. You'll enter with quiet assurance, not because of pride, but because of revelation. You'll know that every place I position you has already been prepared to receive what you carry. That confidence will not make you arrogant, it will make you free. Free from comparison. Free from prayer. Free from needing affirmation to feel anchored. Everything I've poured into you in the hidden place is about to start showing up in your visible life. Wisdom, that you once thought was just for survival will now be the very tool I use to lead others through their own wilderness. The way you remained steady when things made no sense, that will become your testimony. You won't have to tell your story loudly. People will sense it in your presence. You will become a sign of my faithfulness to those who have been silently wondering if I still come through. There will be moments ahead where influence grows quickly, but don't confuse that with importance. You've always been important to me, even when no one else noticed. What's increasing now is not your worth, it's your visibility. And that increase is not a promotion to fame, but an assignment for impact. I'm not raising you up so the world can admire you, I'm positioning you so that others can encounter me through your life. Stay rooted in this truth. I am your source, not the attention. If the attention fades, the assignment remains. If the praise disappears, my presence does not. You'll notice that certain things which once required explanation will now carry authority without effort. People will trust what flows from you, not because you asked them to, but because they will recognize something unshakable in your spirit. That is what I've been forming during your seasons of obscurity. I wasn't hiding you to keep you small. I was covering you while I added weight to your voice. And now, as you begin to step out more boldly, the weight will make room where words could not. Do not look around to measure your progress by what others are building. Your journey is not supposed to match theirs. You are not running a race. I am guiding you through a route that was custom designed for the destiny I crafted specifically for your life. Some will go faster. Some will go wider. But you are going deeper. And what is planted deep will not be uprooted easily. That is your advantage, not in speed but in substance. Let go of the need to chase the outcome. Follow me, and the outcome will follow you. Miracles will follow your obedience. Provision will follow your purpose. Evidence will follow your presence. Not because you forced it, but because you stayed with me when you didn't have any proof. That is faith. And now, that faith is turning into fulfillment. There are things you've walked through that no one else truly understood. Deep wounds that were never acknowledged, silent battles that stole your strength in the dark. You kept going, even when it felt like the pain had swallowed your voice. There were moments you wondered if you'd ever feel whole again. Moments where you looked around and everything seemed untouched except you. But what you didn't see was what I was doing underneath it all. I didn't allow those trials to crush you. I allowed them to refine what couldn't be built in comfort. And now, I'm preparing to reverse the impact of what was meant to break you. The trauma that tried to define you will not have the final word. I'm reaching back into those moments, the ones you tried to forget but never fully healed from. I am not revisiting them to reopen wounds, I'm revisiting them to rewrite the meaning. You are not the sum of what happened to you. You are not the result of what they said, what they did, or what you lost. You are my handiwork. And what I create, I restore. I never leave anything half-healed. I finish what I start. And I started something in you that is now entering its redemptive phase. You've been trying to move forward without looking back because the past still stings. But now I'm touching those places with mercy. I'm bringing light into the corners of your heart that you've tried to seal shut. Not to shame you, but to show you nothing about you scares me. Not your questions, not your memories, not your scars. I am not avoiding your pain. I am healing it. Not by erasing it, but by transforming it. What once made you feel disqualified will now become the very place I release power. The enemy tried to convince you that your brokenness discredited your calling. But I see it differently. The places where you were most shattered are now becoming the places where my glory will shine through with the most intensity. People aren't moved by perfection, they are transformed by presence. And when my presence meets your history, redemption is inevitable. They'll see what you carry and never guess the cost. But you'll know. And you'll give me glory not because it's the religious thing to do, but because you will realize only I could have brought this much beauty out of that much pain. This reversal is not just emotional, it's generational. I am breaking off cycles that have lived in your family for decades. The trauma that repeated itself in different ways through bloodlines is ending with you. Not by your might, but by my spirit working through your surrender. You've stood in the gap, even when you didn't realize it. You've interceded, even in your weariness. And I've counted every tear that fell without a sound. Now, those tears are watering the soil of restoration. The harvest is coming not just for you, but for those connected to you. You will begin to notice peace in places that used to trigger fear. You will find yourself responding with grace where anger used to rise. That's not denial, it's healing. The pain is losing its grip. The memories are being filtered through hope. Your identity is no longer rooted in survival. It's anchored in the fact that you're still here standing, breathing, believing. And that makes you dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Because a healed heart can't be manipulated. A renewed mind won't be controlled. And a restored soul walks in power no enemy can counterfeit. Don't be surprised when those who once saw you only through your past begin to look at you with new eyes. It's not that they've changed, it's that my light on your life is now undeniable. And it will shift how even your enemies view you. I'm not just changing your circumstances, I'm changing your story's impact. What once felt like a setback will become your signal. What once caused shame will become the platform where others find hope. The reversal begins now. Not tomorrow. Not someday. Tonight. While the world sleeps, I'm working. And what I'm restoring in you will be more complete, more radiant, and more lasting than what was lost. You will not just recover, you will reign in the places you once crawled through. Because I never waste pain. I always redeem it. There are moments when I choose to announce what I'm about to do, and then there are moments like this, where I move suddenly, without the sound of warning. You've been preparing without realizing what exactly you were being prepared for. While you were tending to what felt small, I was arranging something vast. You were faithful with what seemed mundane, and now I am placing you into what is significant. The shift won't always look dramatic on the outside, but internally, everything is ascending. You're rising not because you climb, but because I've lifted you. Elevation doesn't always come with celebration. Sometimes it begins in quiet release. People won't see what's changed until they witness how differently you begin to move. This lifting isn't about platform, it's about purpose. I am not raising you to be applauded. I am positioning you to be effective. I am not giving you height for attention, I'm giving you vision. You're being seated in a new vantage point so you can see what's coming before it arrives. What you once walked into blindly, you'll now discern from a distance. That's not intuition, it's spiritual authority. And I'm giving it to you because you've proven you'll use it with humility. Don't expect everyone around you to understand the shift. You will be misunderstood. Some will question why things are changing in your life so quickly. Others will silently watch, trying to make sense of a favor they can't explain. Don't let that distract you. I didn't call you to prove anything, I called you to carry something. And what you're carrying now is weighty. It has nothing to do with popularity and everything to do with impact. This is not about being noticed, it's about being encrusted. You've outgrown old versions of yourself, and now I'm pulling you into alignment with the person I always knew you could be. You're not who you were, and it's okay if people around you don't recognize this new expression of purpose. They remember your previous level, but I've moved you. I've expanded your influence, refined your tone, and deepened your reach. Don't apologize for evolving. Don't shrink back to comfort others who are not ready to walk at this pace. I didn't elevate you to negotiate your assignment, I brought you up to walk it out without hesitation. You will feel stretched but not broken. You will be challenged, but not overwhelmed. Every room I send you into, I've already filled with grace to carry what you're about to release. The influence you are stepping into doesn't come with pressure, it comes with peace. That's how you will know it's from me. You won't have to manipulate outcomes. You won't need to force acceptance. My hand is already on you, and my favor will speak louder than your words ever could. As you rise, remain rooted. Remember the altar where we met in the quiet seasons. Don't lose that sacred stillness in the midst of activity. I'm not calling you to more noise, I'm calling you to deeper resonance. Let your words carry weight because they've been birthed in my presence. Let your actions reflect that you still walk with me, not just for me. Those who rise with me never fall by pride, they rise on worship. They lead from presence, not position. His elevation isn't just about stepping up, it's about stepping into conversations you once avoided, into influence you once felt unqualified for, into environments where your presence brings alignment, correction, and healing. I'm not just making a place for you, I'm making a statement through you. Those who see your rise will understand that I still lift the humble, that I still honor obedience, that I still move in ways no system can predict. You will see things accelerate now, not in chaos, but in cadence. Each moment will feel divinely timed, each opportunity shaped to fit the growth I've fostered within you. Stay awake in the Spirit. I will prompt you in ways you haven't experienced before. Unexpected invitations will come. Strategic encounters will unfold. It will look sudden, but you'll know this moment has been forming for years in the depths of surrender. The night marks a turning point. You are rising not because you pursued it, but because you yielded to me. Elevation is never the goal, it's the result of intimacy. And now, I'm lifting you, not for status, but for service. Step in. I've gone before you. There are moments when my love pulls you close, and there are moments when my love pulls you apart. What you're sensing now is not rejection. It's refinement. I've begun separating you from what no longer contributes to your calling, not because I'm removing blessings, but because I'm reinforcing your structure. You've been called to carry more, and in order for you to do so without collapse, I must reduce the distractions that threaten to drain you. What feels like loss is actually precision. You are not being isolated, you are being insulated. Many around you may not understand this season. They'll see your quietness as distance. They'll interpret your boundaries as coldness. But I see it differently. I call it wisdom. I call it protection. You've given freely, even when it costs you. You've shown up when no one returned the favor. And now, I'm setting a divine filter over your connections. You won't have to cut anyone off, I'll do the parting. I will gently close doors you were too loyal to shut. I will realign your relationships with purpose, not preference. And what remains will carry weight and covenant, not convenience. You've wondered why certain voices have gone quiet. You've questioned why invitations stopped coming, why you no longer fit in rooms you used to walk through easily. That's because I've lifted your spiritual altitude. You can't breathe freely in spaces that lack alignment with your next. It's not that those places were wrong, they were necessary for your development. But now you've outgrown their capacity. You're being elevated into environments that will stretch you without wounding you, challenge you without shaming you, refine you without restricting you. This is not punishment, it's positioning. I'm repositioning you not around popularity, but around purpose. The deeper I take you, the more intentional I become about your surroundings. I don't allow noise to linger where I plan to speak clearly. So don't mourn the removal. Don't chase what I've released. What is falling away was never rooted enough to stand where I'm taking you. Let me be your anchor, not their approval. I'm not asking you to understand it all. I'm asking you to trust that what I'm pruning is making room for something far greater. In this separation, you will gain clarity. You'll begin to hear me in ways you haven't before. My instructions will become sharper. My nudges more distinct. I am bringing you into a rhythm with my heart that overrides emotional confusion. I am replacing noise with knowing. And in this silence, you'll find strength you didn't realize was missing. Not strength that looks like striving, but strength that feels like stability. You will no longer be easily swayed by moods or moved by manipulation. Your soul will become anchored in identity, not attention. I know you've longed for connection. That desire isn't wrong, it's holy. But now I'm teaching you the difference between being surrounded and being supported. Not every presence is protection. Not every crowd is confirmation. You're learning that real community doesn't compete, it covers. And I'm sending you people who will recognize your essence, not just your usefulness. People who pray when they don't post. People who show up when it's inconvenient. People who see what I've placed in you and treat it as sacred. But before they come, I'm finishing the work in you. Because I don't want you clinging to connection from a place of insecurity. I want you meeting others from a place of fullness. You're not being removed to be left out, you're being drawn in closer to me. And when that closeness becomes your home, you'll never chase validation again. You'll walk in rooms differently. You'll discern differently. You'll love differently. Because my love will no longer be something you reach for, it will be what radiates from you. So receive this season of sacred separation. Don't resist it. Don't explain it. Let it do its work. It's making you whole. It's making you ready. And when the time is right, I will reconnect you not to what was, but to what's aligned, anointed, and appointed. Trust me. I'm not taking you away, I'm drawing you up. You may have wondered why your efforts seemed invisible, why doors stayed shut while others advanced, why recognition never arrived despite your relentless faithfulness. It wasn't because you were forgotten. It was because I placed you under divine concealment, not to silence you, but to shield you. You weren't overlooked. You were covered. I have a way of hiding my most treasured vessels until the appointed time. And now, that time is nearing. What I concealed for refinement is being revealed for impact. But this unveiling won't be about your rise, it will be about my glory being seen through your surrender. You have carried promise in quiet places. While others ran ahead to be seen, you stood still to be shaped. That stillness was not stagnation. It was consecration. You were being prepared in ways the surface couldn't show. Deep down, where pride couldn't grow, I built something eternal. Now, that unseen work is forming the foundation of what the world is about to witness. You didn't strive for status, yet I'm positioning you for influence. Not because of popularity, but because you let me refine your character when no one else was watching. In seasons where you felt invisible, I was exposing impurities that would have hindered you later. I wasn't ignoring you, I was healing you. There were wounds I had to address in silence, issues I had to resolve where the world's noise couldn't interfere. I did it in private because I value restoration more than reputation. And now that you are whole, I can trust you with visibility. Because the platform will not distract you, it will reveal what's been cultivated in reverence. The days of questioning your worth are over. The internal war is ceasing. You no longer need to prove your readiness. You're ready not because you've mastered perfection, but because you've yielded to process. Humility is rare. It's what makes this moment holy. I didn't need you to perform, I needed your permission to build without rush. And you gave it. Time didn't pass you by. It was working with me, shaping the depth of who you are now. What I've formed in your soul cannot be undone by comparison or criticism. Now, I am pulling back the veil. Not so that people will praise you, but so that they'll encounter me through you. The weight of what you carry will break chains without saying a word. Your presence will carry peace because I've established it in your depths. You will begin to see how your past obedience created future favor. Things you sowed in sorrow will now bloom in beauty. And as this revealing unfolds, you'll understand why I hid you for so long. Glory doesn't grow in haste, it matures in hiddenness. What you are stepping into now won't look like what you imagined. It will look better. You envisioned breakthrough that served your needs. I planned one that serves nations. The influence you're about to carry is not tied to performance, it's anchored in presence. My presence in you. My voice through you. My heart radiating from everything you touch. You don't need a title to be effective. You've already been marked by heaven. As I bring you into greater visibility, stay rooted in the altar where we met. Don't exchange depth for applause. Don't substitute communion for crowd pleasing. Let me remain your first love, not your last resort. That's the key to sustaining what I'm releasing. As long as I remain the center, everything else will find its rightful place. The pressure will not overtake you. The platform will not change you. You will rise and remain grounded not by your own strength, but by the foundation we built together in the quiet. People will ask where you came from. Let them wonder. What matters is that you came from me. I raised you up, not for display but for divine demonstration. Your life will become a reflection of redemption. Not perfection but power made perfect through weakness. You will testify not just with words but with the undeniable evidence of transformation. This unveiling is not a moment, it's a movement. I'm not just bringing you forward, I'm moving through you. The time of hiding has ended. And now, my glory will be revealed. There is something sacred happening in the realm of your calling right now. Not later, not in theory, but in this very moment. A veil is being lifted not from my eyes but from yours. What you once saw in part, you will soon see in full. The questions that lingered in the back of your heart are about to meet their answer. I'm not just bringing you to clarity, I'm delivering you into the heart of your next assignment. This is not a concept or a preparation phase anymore. This is activation. You held on to pieces of vision for years. Some parts have faded. Others felt impossible. And still, you didn't let go. That persistence, though quiet, has reached my throne like thunder. Your refusal to give up, your commitment to carry purpose even through delays, has brought you into the fullness of time. The timing wasn't wrong before, it just wasn't yet. But now, the appointed moment has arrived. Heaven's green light is shining on what I once told you in whispers. You're about to walk out what you only imagined before. This next assignment will require you to guess. It won't look like confusion wrapped in opportunity. It will be undeniable. You will feel a weight behind it, but not a burden. The kind of weight that confirms you're standing in the exact place I've prepared. The kind of weight that affirms, yes, this is it. You will sense alignment in the details. You won't have to knock forcefully. The door will swing open with divine ease. Not because it's easy, but because it's yours. I'm about to awaken a boldness in you that cannot coexist with fear. This assignment demands your full yes. Not a cautious step, but a surrendered leap. It will stretch you beyond what you've known, but not without guidance. I will be in every step, every sentence, every strategy. You won't be guessing my will, you will be walking in it. And even when the path wins, you will sense my hand steering with gentle firmness. I'm not just sending you, I'm walking with you. There will be new places that call for your presence. New faces that feel instantly familiar because they've been waiting for what you carry. Your voice will begin to echo in rooms you didn't expect to enter. Your presence will be sought, not for performance but because it brings peace. I've crafted you for this. You didn't miss the mark, you were being prepared in precision. Everything I allowed has now become part of your language. You'll speak not from theory, but from encounter. Don't second guess what I place before you. You are not being tested, you are being trusted. This assignment is not just a new role, it's a mantle. One that fits because it was measured according to your capacity after the breaking, not before. I don't assign weight to the unprepared. And you, my beloved, are ready. Not by worldly metrics, but by heaven's standard of surrender. You may still feel the tremble in your hands. That's all right. That tremble doesn't disqualify you, it reminds you that it's me who steadies what you carry. You're not stepping forward alone. The oil that rests on your life was poured in secret, but now it will flow publicly. You're not being exposed, you're being expressed. What I formed in the shadows is about to be seen in the light. Your next assignment will not compete with your identity, it will confirm it. You won't need to prove anything. Your presence will be enough because it will bear the fragrance of intimacy with me. That's what the world needs, not noise but nearness. You are a carrier of that nearness now. And where you go, I will move. So breathe. The next page is turning, not by force but by fulfillment. You are being released into the next phase of my design. Not because of how long you waited, but because of how you waited, willing, yielded, unwavering. The veil has lifted. Step forward. The assignment is here, and I am in it. What I've been building inside you is about to meet its match in the world around you. You've long felt the weight of untapped potential, like something bigger was pressing against the walls of your soul, waiting for space to emerge. And now, I want you to understand, while you were growing in silence, I was reshaping the environment that would be ready to receive you. I never grow a vessel without preparing the place it will be poured out. What's ahead of you is no accident. It's the result of divine preparation converging with personal transformation. For too long, the external didn't match your internal depth. You had vision, but no room to execute it. You had wisdom, but no ears to receive it. You had truth, but few platforms that could handle its weight. That disconnect caused frustration, not because you lacked purpose, but because your environment hadn't caught up to your evolution. But I assure you, the ground is catching up to the seed. The field is now ready for the harvest you've cultivated behind the scenes. You are no longer ahead of your time, you are in sync with it. There are places you will now enter that were previously closed, not because you weren't ready, but because they weren't. I don't place my vessels where foundations are unstable. I wait until the atmosphere is steady enough to honor what you carry. And now that alignment has arrived, you'll notice the shift not through applause or announcements, but through undeniable ease. Conversations will flow where they once stalled. Relationships will deepen without force. Opportunities will present themselves without manipulation. That's not luck, it's confirmation. The climate around you has been softened to accommodate what I've matured within you. This season will not be about striving to be heard. It will be about being placed where your presence makes a difference without needing to explain why. You are not entering environments to fit in, you are entering them to shift them. Not through force, but by simply being aligned with me. The authority on your life is increasing, not because you gained it, but because the resistance that once opposed it is no longer necessary for your shaping. I don't waste any part of the journey. Even the tension served a purpose. But now, the tension is giving way to traction. I am positioning you where your character can carry the calling without collapse. You're not being elevated because you asked for it, you're being released because you're ready to carry the weight without breaking under it. That readiness didn't come from external accolades. It came from nights you stayed surrendered, from days you chose discipline when no one was watching, from prayers that were honest instead of polished. You didn't rehearse your way here. You yielded your way here. You will start to see others look to you for clarity, not because you're loud, but because your quiet has depth. I'm going to cause your life to answer questions people haven't yet formed into words. You'll carry insight that feels like it was tailor-made for their moment. That's because I've taught you to listen first to me, to pain, to truth, and now I can speak through you without distortion. You will not echo the world. You will release my heartbeat. And those who encounter you will not be impressed, they will be transformed. Don't worry if things start moving quickly. Speed will not mean chaos. It will mean synchronization. My wind is blowing through your path now, pushing you through doors that once remained locked despite your knocking. You won't need to try to prove that you're meant to be there. The grace on your life will be undeniable, and the peace you carry will announce that heaven has authorized your arrival. So move forward without fear. You don't need to lower your light to make others comfortable. I'm not expanding you to draw attention, I'm expanding you to carry impact. And the room I've prepared won't suffocate your growth, it will celebrate it. The atmosphere has changed. The spiritual climate has shifted. What's inside of you is now fully compatible with what's ahead of you. Walk into it. I've been waiting for this moment just as long as you have. And it's here. You've prayed for increase. You've asked me to expand your influence, your reach, your understanding, your impact. And now, I'm answering that request, but not in the way you expected. I'm not simply pouring more into your life. I'm enlarging your ability to carry it. I'm not just delivering more opportunities, I'm stretching the container. This expansion isn't about what you receive. It's about what you're able to hold without cracking. The overflow you've been anticipating requires preparation, not just passion. You've felt it lately, the tug, the tension, the sense that something bigger is coming, yet it's pressing against places inside you that still feel uncertain. That tension is not punishment. It's growth. It's me extending the borders of your soul to match what I'm about to entrust to you. You cannot hold what I'm releasing while thinking the way you did last season. So I'm renewing your mindset, maturing your emotional core, and deepening your trust, all at once. You're not being broken, you're being widened. This stretching isn't only spiritual, it's practical. I'm teaching you discipline where you once depended on motivation. I'm training your heart to remain steady even when the conditions shift around you. Because the next season won't just be about receiving, it will be about managing. And I refuse to give you more only for it to overwhelm you. So I'm forming new patterns of peace within you. I'm establishing rhythms that will allow you to operate with grace under pressure. What once drained you will now refine you. What once distracted you will now drive you. That's what capacity looks like. It's the ability to move with me in any atmosphere without losing alignment. I know it feels like you're being pulled in every direction, but that's because I'm building spiritual elasticity. You won't snap under this tension, you'll stretch into a new shape, a form that fits what I'm constructing around you. You asked for territory, but territory demands stewardship. And stewardship begins with inner structure. I'm not waiting until the blessing arrives to build your endurance. I'm doing it now, so when it does arrive, you won't falter under its weight. There are lessons in this stretch that cannot be skipped. You're learning how to stand firm when answers are delayed, how to stay focused when options surround you, how to keep your hands open when you feel tempted to grasp. That is strength not seen in muscles but in restraint. You are learning what to carry and what to cast, what to hold close and what to release. You are learning to prioritize presence over pressure, purpose over popularity, peace over performance. That's how I know you're ready, because you've started valuing what truly matters. I am expanding your insight as well. You will begin to discern motives more clearly. You'll spot opportunity without confusion. You'll know when to speak and when silence carries more authority. I'm sharpening your spirit to move efficiently through what's ahead. I'm giving you eyes to see beyond the surface and ears to catch what others miss. Not for the sake of control, but for the sake of strategy. The assignment coming your way needs more than excitement. It needs vision. And that's what I'm placing within you. Let go of the idea that expansion should feel comfortable. It rarely does. But comfort has never been your calling. Growth has. Maturity has. Authority has. You were not born to stay small in spirit. You were created to reflect the image of a limitless God. So don't resist the stretch. Welcome it. Let it shape you. Let it soften your heart while it strengthens your hands. You'll look back and realize this was not the season of waiting, it was the season of formation. The increase didn't arrive overnight because the increase was happening in you. Now, as I finish the work within, what's been promised will begin to surround you. And when it comes, it won't feel unfamiliar. It will feel like home. Because your heart and the harvest will finally match in size. This is what you've been sensing, not stress, but the signal that the stretch is working. The expansion is underway. You're growing to fit what I'm about to pour. You've spoken what I told you. You've believed even when it cost you comfort, reputation, and logic. You've remained faithful to what I whispered, even while others doubted or dismissed it. And now, the moment is near where what you carry will no longer need explanation, because it will begin to produce undeniable fruit. No longer will you have to convince anyone of what I've placed within you. The manifestation will speak for itself. Results will become your evidence. The outcomes will reflect my fingerprints. This fruit will not arrive to validate your ego, it will confirm your obedience. You didn't push for recognition. You stood in quiet faith. You didn't demand an audience. You remained loyal in obscurity. And that's why I can now trust you with results that carry weight. You're not reaching for glory, you're reaching for purpose. And fruitfulness always follows those who remain rooted in me. You've been hidden long enough. Now, the branches of your life will begin to bloom in public view. There will be no need for performance. You won't need to defend the journey you took to get here. The fruit will be sweet enough to silence suspicion. You will walk into places where the atmosphere shifts, not because of charisma, but because my presence moves with you. and those who once questioned whether you heard me correctly will quietly witness the outcome that only I could produce. That's what I'm doing now, transforming planted promises into visible harvest. This fruit won't just bless you, it will nourish others. The wisdom you gained in the quiet place is now ripe to feed the weary. The insight I cultivated through your seasons of isolation will now become bread for those who are starving for truth. You won't even have to try hard to minister, it will flow from you naturally, like rivers from a well that was dug through suffering, surrender, and long nights of pressing in. This is what I meant when I said I would bring beauty out of ashes. The process was never wasted, it was preparation for the harvest. But be aware, fruit attracts both admiration and attack. Not everyone who draws near is sent by me. Some will come to glean from what I've produced in you, and others will come to try and disturb the roots. Stay discerning. I will show you who to embrace and who to bless from a distance. You don't need to guard the garden with fear. I have stationed angels around what I've planted. Your only task now is to remain in the rhythm of the vine. Stay close. Stay connected. Because apart from me, all growth becomes imitation. The fruit I bring forth in your life will have longevity. It won't wither in changing conditions. It won't depend on applause. It won't collapse under pressure. Why? Because it's not shallow, it's been cultivated in the depths. And those who eat from it will taste more than sweetness, they will experience healing. You are not just producing success, you are carrying solutions. People are not coming to see you, they are coming to encounter what I've deposited within you. Don't shrink when the fruit becomes visible. Don't disqualify yourself because others seem more polished. I chose you because of your surrender, not your perfection. I anointed you because of your yes, not your resume. This next season will reveal that what you carry isn't man-made. It's heaven-grown. You didn't manufacture this, you submitted to the process. And now, what was once invisible will begin to overflow. You'll recognize it's me, not because it's flashy, but because it feels holy. It feels still. It feels sacred. The fruit will not bring striving, it will bring rest. You'll no longer feel like you're chasing confirmation. You'll feel it rising from within, and it will be echoed by the results surrounding you. You're walking into a season of confirmation, not from people, but from purpose. This is what you waited for. Not applause, not attention, but evidence that what you heard in faith was real. And now, it is coming. One step at a time. One harvest at a time. One miracle at a time. The fruit is here and it speaks louder than anything you could ever say. There are burdens you've carried for so long that they've begun to feel like a part of you. Invisible weights that wrap themselves around your shoulders, expectations, responsibilities, unspoken fears, disappointments you never voiced, and the pressure to hold everything together when everything around you seemed to unravel. But today, I'm telling you, you don't have to carry that anymore. I am lifting what was never assigned to you. I am breaking the agreements you didn't realize you made with false pressure. I am releasing you into a lighter way of walking. You were never created to sustain the weight of every outcome. You weren't designed to control the pieces, to fix every broken thing, to be the solution for everyone around you. I never asked you to be their source, I asked you to be mine. Somewhere along the way, you began to confuse love with overextension. You equated responsibility with overcommitment. But I am untangling that now. You've done what you could. You've given what you had. And now, I want you to rest in me, not as a break from duty, but as your permanent dwelling place. The heaviness you've been feeling isn't just emotional. It's spiritual fatigue from battles you were never meant to fight alone. You took on too much out of love, loyalty, and fear of letting others down. But I'm here to remind you, I never called you to carry what I already finished. You don't need to prove your strength by how much you can hold. Your greatest strength is shown when you release the weight and trust that I'm holding everything together better than you ever could. Right now, I'm walking into the places of internal pressure, those rooms inside you where anxiety has built its home, where guilt has moved in uninvited, where fear has been whispering worst-case scenarios. I'm entering those spaces not with accusation, but with relief. I'm offering you peace where tension has lived for too long. I'm not asking you to try harder, I'm asking you to let go. Not because you're weak, but because you're finally ready to stop wearing armor I never gave you. You've carried the weight of being misunderstood, of having a heart that sees more than it can explain, of carrying insight that others dismissed. This a cross I saw you bear with quiet grace. But even that, I'm lifting now. Because you are not called to be crushed under revelation. You're called to walk in it freely. You don't have to apologize for what I've shown you. You don't have to downplay your discernment or dim your perspective to make others comfortable. Just stay obedient. Stay kind. Stay aligned. And I'll deal with the rest. This is not just a release, it's a holy exchange. As you hand me the weight, I place within you the strength of stillness. I replace your striving with sacred clarity. I trade your pressure for peace that doesn't shake with shifting circumstances. You will begin to notice a lightness in your spirit. Not because life suddenly becomes easy, but because your soul is no longer trying to do my job. That's what freedom looks like. It's not the absence of storms. It's the presence of trust while they rage. From this moment on, I want you to practice release not as a one-time act, but as a rhythm. Before you try to fix it, bring it to me. Before you carry it, ask if I assigned it. Before you step into another battle, discern whether I've called you to fight it or simply to pray through it. I am redefining what strength looks like for you. It doesn't look like holding it all together. It looks like handing it all to me. You'll begin to walk differently. Your words will come from rest, not reaction. Your decisions will flow from discernment, not panic. Your presence will carry an ease that others can't explain. And that's because you've been released. The chains weren't visible, but they were heavy. And now, they're gone. Let me carry it. Let me be the weight bearer. This is your freedom moment. This is your release. You don't have to carry what I already conquered. Breathe again. Walk light. Life free. There is a difference between activity and alignment. You've been busy faithfully doing the work, standing in the gap, fulfilling every responsibility with devotion. And I've seen it. Nothing has gone unnoticed. But now, I'm calling you into something deeper. I don't want your movement to merely be for me, I want it to be with me. You've spent much time moving on behalf of what you believe I desire, but now I'm inviting you to walk beside me. At my pace, led not by pressure but by proximity. You were never meant to operate as a servant running errands in a distant kingdom. You are my child, walking in a garden where our footsteps are shared. I want you to feel the rhythm of heaven again, not the cadence of urgency, but the pace of intimacy. When you move with me, you'll begin to notice something shift. There will be flow instead of friction. Grace will carry what grit used to strain to accomplish. And clarity will arrive, not from forceful effort, but from gentle awareness. You've done well in the season where obedience was learned through effort. But this new chapter will not be written by exhaustion. It will be written by presence. You'll begin to understand what it means to rest even while moving. What it means to feel light even when carrying influence. I'm stripping away every unnecessary layer of spiritual tension, the kind that made you feel like you were always one step behind. That was never from me. I walk beside those I call. I never rush those I love. I'm teaching you how to follow without fear. You don't need to anticipate every twist or predict every path. I don't need you to micromanage your future, I just need your companionship. I want your attention, not your anxiety. If you look at me instead of the pace of others, you'll realize that where I take you will never require panic. It will require peace. Not passivity, but a peace that keeps you rooted even when the terrain shifts. As you begin to move with me, your decisions will become clearer. What once took days of wrestling will now be discerned in moments of quietness. That's what walking with me does, it simplifies the complicated. I'm not in the chaos. I'm in the clarity. And I don't hide direction from those who choose relationship over results. That's the secret of those who seem to flow in peace. They've learned to move with me, not just serve me. This new rhythm will also begin to reorder your priorities. You'll see what really matters and what never truly did. You'll let go of assignments I never authored, and in doing so, your hands will be freed to receive what I actually intended for you to build. You'll be amazed at how much more fruit is produced when movement is rooted in relationship rather than religious obligation. You are not a machine. I never called you to burn out in pursuit of blessing. I called you to abide. And everything that abides in me produces without striving. Even your prayers will shift. You'll speak less from need and more from union. You'll stop trying to convince me and start hearing me in the stillness. You'll find your faith no longer needs to shout, it will simply believe. You will worship not to chase me down, but to walk with me closer. This is where I've been waiting to take you, not into a battlefield of constant toil, but into a vineyard of mutual joy. So let me adjust your pace. Let me show you what divine rhythm feels like. It won't match the rush of this world, but it will release you into a depth the world cannot offer. And when you move in step with me, you'll begin to notice things align more naturally, doors open more peacefully, and joy flows more steadily. Not because of what you do, but because of who you're with. This is the invitation, not just to serve me, but to journey with me. Not just to accomplish things for the kingdom, but to experience the King. I'm not calling you to run harder. I'm calling you to walk closer. Because where I walk, miracles follow. And where you walk with me, everything changes. There were moments you called it waiting, even wondering if I had forgotten. You looked around and saw others progressing, advancing, building, celebrating, and you questioned why the path I had you on felt still, even silent. But what you labeled as delay was actually my protection. I wasn't holding you back, I was holding the timing back, so that what I release over you would meet maturity, not fragility. I wasn't ignoring your prayers, I was guarding the release until both you and the surroundings were prepared. You see time through the lens of the moment, but I see it through the lens of eternity. While you were watching the clock, I was observing the construction. I don't rush foundations. I don't fast-track vessels that carry purpose. What I'm building in you required depth, not just duration. You were never behind. You were being covered. While others ran ahead into visibility, I invited you into intimacy. While some were being applauded for speed, I was applauding your stillness, because in the stillness, you chose to stay with me. And now, what once felt like pause will be understood as preparation. What once looked like silence will be remembered as setup. I didn't withhold to punish you, I withheld to protect alignment. Had you stepped forward when you asked, the doors would have opened prematurely. The weight would have crushed what you hadn't yet strengthened. But now, because you remained when it would have been easier to retreat, I am unlocking what's been reserved just for you. There is a difference between being overlooked and being preserved. You weren't passed over. You were chosen for something that required more time in my hands. Others were ready for temporary tasks, but I was shaping you for enduring assignments. I was refining your voice so that when you speak, it wouldn't echo noise, it would carry authority. I was tempering your heart so that when you love, it wouldn't be out of need, it would be from overflow. I was molding your discernment so that when you lead, you wouldn't follow trends, you'd follow me. Now the gates I've kept shut are beginning to open, one by one, not in chaos, but in cadence. You'll begin to see doors move without your effort. You won't have to pry them open. You won't need to force favor. What's coming is not the result of striving, it's the result of timing. You'll sense the rhythm of heaven releasing what's been hidden. And this time, the blessing won't come with burnout. It will come with rest, because you're no longer chasing, I'm guiding. This season will also reveal to you why certain relationships never took root, why certain people disappeared without closure, why the crowds you once longed for didn't remain. It wasn't personal. It was purposeful. I wasn't keeping them from loving you, I was keeping them from limiting you. Their presence would have distracted you from this moment. So I removed what would have anchored you to old expectations, to make room for what honors your current capacity. You'll see with new eyes. What once confused you will begin to make sense. The frustration will lift. The weight will shift. Your heart will feel lighter, not because the path is easier, but because now you know my delays are never denials. They are divine intersections where preparation meets promise. You are walking into one now. So do not look back and call it wasted time. Nothing was lost. What you gained while waiting will become the very tools you use in what's next. The conversations you had with me in hiddenness will become the power behind your public voice. The tears you wept in isolation watered the ground, where the harvest is now beginning to sprout. You didn't miss it. You were made for it. This is the hour where time and purpose meet. I held it back until now, not to frustrate you, but to position you. And now, I'm releasing what has been ripening beneath the surface. It ready not for compensation, but for confirmation. It wasn't delay, it was divine orchestration. And it's right on time. Many have told you that a new season is coming. But what I am doing in you is far deeper than stepping into a time frame. It's a transformation of who you are. You're not merely crossing into a different chapter. You're becoming the shift itself. I'm not waiting to place you into new territory. I'm revealing that you are the territory I've been preparing. You are the carrier of change, the sign of awakening, the fulfillment of what others have only spoken of. What's changing is not only around you, it's through you. You've been looking for external signs to confirm internal shifts. But now I want you to understand, you are the evidence. Your growth is the proof. Your resilience, the way your voice sounds different now, how your spirit no longer buckles under the weight of waiting, these are the signs. I'm not just surrounding you with something new. I'm revealing the newness in you. That's why so many things have stopped feeling familiar, not because something broke, but because something awakened. The identity I formed in you through testing, silence, pruning, and refining is now stepping forward. It doesn't wear the clothes of your past. It doesn't speak with the hesitation of who you used to be. It doesn't carry the same questions that once haunted your nights. This version of you walks with resolve, not arrogance, but certainty born from intimacy. You've been taught by my spirit directly, not from mere information, but through deep encounter. And now, the world is about to meet the version of you that's been living in prayer closets, in surrendered silence, and in relentless obedience. This is why the old systems no longer satisfy. You've outgrown them. You felt it, that stretching inside, that realization that what once sustained you is no longer enough. I've placed an unexplainable hunger within you, not to torment you, but to lead you to greater things. And those greater things won't be given to you, they'll rise from within you. You're not dependent on outside opportunities to be activated. The anointing is no longer waiting for permission, it's already flowing. You won't need a stage to be impactful. Your presence alone will shift atmospheres, because my spirit is resting on you with greater measure. I want you to stop asking for a sign and start recognizing the fruit. Look at what no longer triggers you. Look at how quickly you forgive now. Look at the peace you carry even when nothing around you has changed. That's not a small thing, that's evidence of my hand at work. You are not stepping into potential, you are living in transformation. What used to drain you now passes over you. What used to shake you now strengthens you. You're not fragile anymore. You're fortified. You've passed through the wilderness, not to be broken, but to be born again in strength. And the strength you carry isn't loud, it's steady. That's how I build. I don't rush maturity. I raise it through trust. And because you trusted me when there was no applause, I've made you into something that can carry legacy, not just momentary impact. So stop waiting to feel new. You are new. Not because the season turned, but because you surrendered to the shaping. You yielded. You wept. You stayed. And you listened when walking away would have been easier. You let me rebuild you from the inside out. And now, the internal completion is aligning with external release. This is more than transition, it's activation. Don't look for confirmation in circumstances. Look for it in your response to them. Look for it in how you pray differently, how you hope again, how you love without fear. That's the fruit. That's the mark of transformation. You are not waiting on the new season to begin. You are the beginning of it. You are the door I'm using to introduce a different sound into the world. So step forward not timidly, but with reverence. You're not just part of the shift. You are the shift. And I have chosen you for this exact moment to be it. There have been moments where your spirit recognized something before your mind could define it. You sensed shifts but couldn't describe them. You felt movement within but lacked the words to explain it to others. This left you quiet, often misunderstood, even isolated, not because you were wrong, but because you were ahead. You were discerning things meant for the future, carrying burdens you hadn't yet learned how to release, and feeling truth you had no vocabulary for. But now, I am giving you language for what was once unspoken. I am bringing articulation to your revelation. What once stirred in you, as mystery, will now begin to form into clarity. Not through striving, but through communion. You won't need to force understanding, you'll flow with it. Because what I've placed in you isn't just spiritual, it's strategic. I've been depositing insight wrapped in silence so that no one else could manipulate or distort what I was forming. And now, I'm unlocking your mouth to speak it clearly, boldly, with authority that surprises even you. You will begin to find words for what wounded you, not to relive the pain, but to heal others who are still stuck in it. You'll have language that sets captives free, because it won't come from intellect, it will come from the place you wrestled with me and wouldn't let go until I blessed you. And I did. Not just with answers, but with a name change. You're no longer identified by your struggle. You are now marked by the encounter. This language I'm giving you won't be like everyone else's. It won't sound polished. It will sound real. It will carry weight because it has water through fire. I don't need eloquence, I need authenticity. You've earned the right to speak through experience. And I will use that lived truth to unlock chains in places no sermon could reach. Your vulnerability will become a weapon. Your honesty will break down barriers. You won't be preaching to impress, you'll be speaking to restore. I am also giving you the discernment to know when to speak and when to remain silent. Not everything I reveal is meant for public release. Some truths are meant to be lived quietly, protected until the time of maturity. You will know the difference. You will feel the nudge in your spirit when it's time to open your mouth, and you will feel the restraint when silence holds more power. I'm teaching you how to steward revelation, not just express it. You'll begin to see how your words shift rooms, how your tone brings comfort, how your silence demands attention. This is not manipulation, it's manifestation. It's the fruit of years spent in my presence, absorbing things you didn't even realize were shaping you. And now, those deposits are ready to be drawn out, not all at once, but in divine timing. You don't need to fear being unprepared. I will bring back to remembrance everything I've ever whispered when the moment is right. Even in your writing, your creating, your praying, your teaching, there will be a new sound. It will carry depth that cuts through noise. It will feel like home to those who have been searching for truth they couldn't name. Because what I give you to say won't come from the surface, it will rise from the deep places of union with me. This is not about finding your voice. It's about realizing that I've been shaping your voice all along. And now, I'm releasing it not as an echo, but as a trumpet. Not as a reaction, but as a revelation. Your voice will not be loud to be heard, it will be true to be felt. And where it lands, transformation will begin. So speak when I lead you. Write when I breathe it. Share when I press it. And trust that what I've placed in your mouth is holy. You are not just an echo, you are a voice sent from the secret place, carrying words soaked in fire, formed in silence, and sent to bring light. The time of silence is over. The sound I formed in you is ready to be released. There are storms you walked through that tried to define you, winds that tore through your peace, voices that roared louder than truth, nights that seemed to swallow your strength whole. And while the storm has passed, the memory of it sometimes still lingers like smoke after fire. But now, listen closely, I'm not just healing the pain left behind. I'm rewriting the meaning. The storm didn't destroy you. It revealed who you truly are. And now I will teach you how to see it through my eyes, not through the lens of what it cost. You didn't just survive, you emerged with something eternal. While others saw chaos, I saw affirmation. While the enemy sought to scatter, I used the winds to shape you. You may have thought it was your undoing, but I was pulling off everything that could not remain, not to break you but to build you unshakable. The storm never had the final word. I did. And I'm saying this now. What was meant to bury you became the soil of your rising. Every tear that fell during that season was not wasted. They watered the ground of your next. You thought you were drowning, but you were being planted. The darkness wasn't the end, it was the covering beneath which new strength was forming. You had no spotlight, no audience, and yet you stayed faithful. It's the kind of trust I treasure. The kind that doesn't need answers to remain loyal. The kind that walks in obedience even when it hurts. That kind of trust becomes the foundation of authority. You've been asking me why certain things had to happen the way they did. And I'm not ignoring that question, I'm reframing it. Because if you saw what I protected you from, you would thank me for every closed door. If you could see the traps I dismantled while you prayed in confusion, you would praise me for every delay. I didn't let you lose what mattered. I allowed what was temporary to be swept away, so what was lasting could take root. What's emerging now is not the same version of you that entered the storm. You are wiser, more precise. You speak differently, not with anxiety, but with perspective. Your prayers have shifted from desperation to declaration. You no longer ask if I hear you, you know I've always been near. That's what the storm taught you. Not that the pain was fair, but that my presence was faithful. Even in the worst of it, I never left your side. I never blinked. I never moved away. I stayed. And you are the proof that my staying power works. Others will ask you how you made it through, and your answer will carry weight. Not because you learned the right words, but because your eyes have seen the valley and still shine with peace. That's testimony. Not polished speeches, but presence that holds power. You won't have to convince anyone that I am real. They'll see it in your resilience. They'll feel it when you speak. Because survival wasn't the end goal, transformation was. I'm giving you the courage to look back, not to relive it, but to reclaim it. I will give you new meaning for old wounds. I'll extract the gold hidden beneath the rubble. You'll begin to notice how your discernment grew in silence, how your heart softened through surrender, how your identity solidified in isolation. You'll no longer call that season punishment. You'll see it as the pathway through which purpose broke through. Now that you've crossed through the winds and fire, I can trust you with a greater reach. Not because of how loudly you came out, but because of how deeply you learned to listen. You'll carry healing not just in your words, but in your presence. You won't avoid broken people, you'll be drawn to them. Because you remember what it was like to be cracked and still called, wounded and still chosen. So stand tall. Don't shrink when memories try to revisit. They have no power here. You don't belong to what happened. You belong to what came after. And what came after was me rewriting the meaning of every storm and using it as a doorway into glory. I saw the moments when your flame began to flicker. The times your heart burned bright and bold, but circumstances came like winds, relentless, unkind, and uninvited. They didn't just try to distract you, they tried to drain you. Somewhere along the path, the fire that once fueled your prayers, your dreams, and your confidence started to dim. And even though you kept showing up, even though your mouth said, I trust you, your spirit sometimes whispered, I'm tired. But I want you to know, I never stopped watching over that flame. Even when it shrank to a flicker, I protected it. I breathed on it. And now I am reigniting it. This fire isn't returning as a copy of what it once was. It's not coming back the same way you remember it. It's coming back deeper, stronger, steadier. Not a wildfire that consumes everything out of desperation, but a holy flame that endures without needing to be constantly fed by emotions or external validation. This fire will not burn out under pressure. It will not fade with delay. because it's being lit by something eternal, my breath. What I'm awakening in you now is not hype. It's hunger. Ivernoid Not for platforms, but for presence. I'm rekindling the part of you that once chased me simply because you loved me, not because of what I could do for you. That hunger got buried under disappointment, exhaustion, and the subtle lie that I had grown distant. But I was never far. I was waiting for the space where striving would end, so communion could begin again. You will notice the fire begin to return in the quiet moments first. In the middle of a song you've heard 100 times. In the stillness before sleep. In the early mornings when you aren't trying to feel anything but suddenly, my presence finds you anyway. That's how I restore things, not with explosions, but with whispers that spark something sacred. And once that spark is lit, it will begin to spread. You will start to feel joy again where sorrow had settled. You'll feel curiosity returning where apathy had crept in. Ideas that once seemed too heavy to hold will start to feel light. The very dreams you tried to bury will begin to stretch again. Not with the urgency to prove anything, but with the assurance that this time, the fire is sustained by me, not by effort. I'm returning passion, but this time it won't consume you, it will carry you. You'll be fueled by rest, not anxiety. By revelation, not reaction. By trust, not tension. And that's how people will know it's me. Because the fire will remain even when the noise fades. It will blow even in the face of resistance. It will grow in the places that once felt barren. You won't need to fake it anymore. The joy will be real. The strength will be rooted. And when you speak, there will be a new sound, one that carries weight, not because you shouted, but because you've been lit by something unshakable. This is not borrowed passion. It's born from deep within. From every moment you chose to stay close when your soul felt dry. From every tear you turned into prayer. From every no you gave to the world so you could say yes to me. The fire is returning, but not just for you. It will ignite others who have lost their own. Your spark will become contagious. You will walk into places and hearts will stir again. Hope will rise simply because you entered with the flame still alive. You won't even need to try. Your presence will carry my fire, gentle but undeniable. So don't be afraid to feel again. Don't resist what's stirring. That warmth in your chest. That pulse in your spirit. That's me. I'm waking up what life tried to put to sleep. I'm reviving what once felt irretrievable. And I'm promising you now this fire will last. I'm restoring what no one else saw fading. And this time, it won't just burn. It will blaze with purpose. There are places in your life where it once flowed creativity, joy, boldness, clarity, inspiration. But as the years passed, disappointments piled up, expectations shifted, and the world's noise grew louder. Slowly, without realizing it, those deep wells began to close. Not by force, but by weight. By routine. By the heaviness of survival. But hear me clearly now, I'm not only aware of those hidden places. I am standing at the edge of them, calling water to rise again. I am uncovering what time tried to bury and silence tried to seal. What I'm doing now in you isn't about building something new from scratch, it's about restoring access to what was always yours. Beneath every layer of discouragement, beneath every moment where you felt unseen, unheard, and unqualified, there remains a source of living flow I placed within you from the beginning. That well has never run dry. It's simply been covered. And now, I'm removing the rubble. I'm removing the weight of old words that convinced you weren't ready. I'm lifting the dust of delays that made you question if your time had passed. I'm tearing out the weeds of comparison that choked your ability to believe in what you carried. You didn't lose the well, you just lost sight of it. And now, I am digging it up with my own hands. This will not come through striving. You won't need to force the waters to return. This will happen as you stay close, as you trust the process of unveiling, as you dare to believe that what once flowed can and will flow again. Your part is simple. Give me your yes again, not the loud one, not the dramatic one, but the surrendered one. The quiet yes that says, if you want to do it again, I'm willing. What begins as a trickle will turn into a stream. And as the waters return, you'll feel your soul shift. Parts of you that lay dormant will begin to stir. You'll notice your heart engaging again with things you once set down not from restlessness, but from renewed calling. You'll dream differently. You'll pray with deeper trust. You'll plan with clarity instead of second-guessing. Because this isn't just energy returning, it's eternal purpose realigning. Some would understand what's happening. You may hear voices say you've already had your chance, or isn't that season over? But you'll know better. Because you'll feel something deep within bubbling up again. Something not fueled by ambition but by assignment. I never revoked the call. I simply preserved it until you were ready to walk in it with fresh wisdom, deeper humility, and complete dependence on me. This well I'm opening isn't only for you. It's going to become a source for others. As I fill you, the overflow will reach those who are spiritually thirsty, emotionally weary, and desperate for truth. You won't even need to advertise it. People will sense the freshness on you. Not hype, not performance, just pure water. And that water will restore families, renew faith, and reopen the hearts of those who thought hope was gone for good. Don't despise the years it seemed nothing was happening. I wasn't inactive, I was securing the walls around the well so when the pressure came, it wouldn't collapse. I've made it strong this time. What I'm releasing now cannot be stolen, polluted, or blocked. Because it's been refined through waiting. And what's refined is resilient. Prepare your heart not for something temporary, but for continuous flow. This won't be a wave that crashes and fades. It will be a river that carves new paths. Where things once felt dry, you will feel replenished. Where ideas once stalled, insight will spring forth. Where you once labored with little return, you'll now move with ease. The well is opening, not because you forced it, but because I declared it. And when I say, let the water flow, not even time can hold it back. There are things in your life that look stable but lack substance. Systems you adopted, mindsets you inherited, routines that once felt necessary, some even built with good intentions, are now being exposed for what they are. Structures formed without my breath. And I love you too much to let you keep living under blueprints I never designed. That's why you felt the discomfort. That's why what once made sense now feels hollow. I'm not just pruning what's unnecessary, I'm tearing down what never carried my spirit. This is not punishment, it's purification. I am not destroying your progress. I'm realigning your foundation. You thought certain things were solid because they stood for a long time, but longevity doesn't always equal legitimacy. Some things stood simply because you held them up. But I never asked you to. You carried burdens that were never meant to be yours. You supported structures built on self-effort, fear of disappointing others, or the pressure to be productive. Now, I'm removing what was unstable beneath the surface so that what I build with you next won't collapse. You'll begin to notice the scaffolding come down. Not with dramatic events, but through subtle shifts. Certain habits will lose their appeal. Certain commitments will feel harder to justify. Certain relationships will no longer align with where I'm taking you. Don't resist this. Let me show you what needs to be dismantled so I can make room for what will endure. This won't be a quick fix, it will be a holy reordering. But when it's done, your inner world will be congruent with the outward call you carry. I don't just want your obedience, I want your alignment. And alignment means every piece of your life, even the invisible ones, flows from my voice, not human expectations. I'm not asking for more effort, I'm asking for surrender. Let me strip away what looks good but lacks eternal impact. Let me refine the motives behind your movement. Because this next season cannot be built on mixed foundations. It must be pure. It must be breathed upon by me alone. Don't be afraid if it feels like you're starting over. You're not losing time, you're redeeming it. I would rather rebuild with you now than watch you reach a summit that cannot hold your weight. I would rather interrupt your rhythm than let you dance to a song that doesn't carry truth. You'll see when I rebuild. I restore everything the former version of you was trying to chase. But this time, it won't slip through your fingers. This time, it will be rooted in revelation. I am giving you clarity to distinguish what is fruitful from what is just familiar. Some things felt safe, but they made you stagnant. Some roles became your identity, but they were only meant to be temporary assignments. I'm freeing you from roles I never required you to play. You don't have to wear every title people gave you. You don't have to stay in every space that once affirmed you. I am calling you to move with me now, not with nostalgia, but with boldness. This rebuilding will result in peace. The internal conflict will end. The pressure to perform will cease. You'll breathe again, without the weight of trying to be what I never asked of you. You'll walk into rooms and not wonder if you belong, because your identity will no longer depend on function. It will flow from knowing who you are in me, without props or positions. Soon, others will look at your life and sense something different. They won't always be able to name it, but they'll feel it. There will be purity, simplicity, authority without striving, joy without noise, rest without retreat. They'll want to know the secret, and you'll tell them, I stopped building alone. He started over with me. So give me your pieces, even the ones you've glued back together. Let me sort through what stays and what goes. I'm not just restoring your structure, I'm redeeming your story. And when it's done, it won't look like what was. It will look like me. I've watched you carry my word with care. You've guarded what I've whispered in private, even when it cost you. You stood firm in truth when compromise would have made things easier. But there's still one more layer I'm peeling back, not to expose you, but to free you. I'm releasing you from the need for permission to walk in what I've already confirmed. You don't need applause to be anointed. You don't need consensus to move in authority. What I've placed on your life doesn't require a committee, it only needs your courage. You've waited for others to see it, to affirm it, to recognize it, thinking that their acknowledgement would somehow activate what I've already released. But here is my truth. What I spoke over you is valid even if no one else understands it. What I appointed you to carry doesn't shrink just because others can't see its full expression. You're not called by popularity. You're called by presence mine. So I am untangling you from the craving for agreement. I'm silencing the internal hesitation that asks, will they understand me? And replacing it with a higher question. Will you obey me anyway? Because the greatest movements in the kingdom rarely begin in rooms full of support, they begin in hearts full of surrender. You don't need a platform to walk in authority. You need only my word and your yes. You will begin to notice your boldness rising not as pride, but as clarity. Not because you're trying to be seen, but because you finally understand that what I've deposited in you must be stewarded, not shelved. This clarity will help you navigate what's ahead. You'll walk into situations and instantly discern what needs to shift. Not because someone told you, but because my spirit within you will activate insight. That's how I'm moving in you now, not through second-hand instruction, but direct empowerment. There will be rooms you enter where no titles are mentioned, no introductions are given, and yet, the atmosphere will shift because of what you carry. Don't downplay that. It's not you they're sensing, it's me, fully alive within you. And this is what I've longed to do, to walk with you so closely that the line between your presence and mine becomes seamless, where your voice echoes heaven's heartbeat, and your steps align with my divine choreography. You don't need to perform to be powerful. You don't need to strive to be effective. The version of you that thought authority had to be earned is dissolving now. I'm showing you a new way, authority rooted in intimacy, in obedience, in listening and responding without delay. You are not being trained to impress. You are being prepared to impact. There's a difference. You'll also find that the more you move in this posture, the less you'll need to explain yourself. My presence will begin to confirm what your words no longer have to. The weight of what you carry will be self-evident, and those meant to align with you will recognize it, not through marketing, but through spiritual witness. That's how my kingdom works, through spirit-to-spirit connection. not through external labels. Do not be surprised if I lead you away from environments where your gift was tolerated but never treasured. I'm calling you into spaces where the substance of your life, not just your skill, will be honored. You were never meant to beg to be understood. You were created to release what I've entrusted to you. Whether the crowd gathers or walks away, your assignment remains the same. So stop waiting for confirmation that already came. The moment I called you, the moment I chose you, the moment I placed my fire in your bones, that was enough. Every time you hesitated, I was still there, reminding you, you don't need them to agree. You only need to believe. You have nothing to prove, only something to release. And when you release it, things will move because I'm the one backing your obedience. You've been anointed to carry this. You're ready now. Walk in it, not someday, but now. Because the time is no longer approaching. It is here. There is something sacred buried in the places you've tried hardest to avoid. You've prayed for open paths, for clarity, for swift outcomes, and yet I've kept leading you through terrain that seemed filled with tension and questions. It's not because I wanted to frustrate you. It's because I've hidden something priceless in the middle of your resistance. Where opposition rose, revelation had been waiting. What you thought was in the way is actually the doorway. I am uncovering treasure not at the end of your struggle, but within it. There were moments you almost turned back. The pressure felt unjustified. The doors stayed shut longer than your endurance expected. You whispered, "Why here? Why now?" And even in your faithfulness, you couldn't help but wonder if maybe you missed something. But I say to you now, you didn't miss it. You found it. The very ground you wanted to leave is where I planted what you needed most. It's just been covered until now. Resistance is not a sign that you're off course. It's often the very indicator that you stepped into territory the enemy hoped you'd never claim. But heck, it's not rejection, it's recognition. The spiritual realm knows what you're carrying, even when you don't fully understand it yet. That's why it's been hard. That's why it's been heavy. But now, I am peeling back the layers. The pressure wasn't designed to stop you. It was designed to reveal strength you didn't know you had and to unearth resources you didn't know were buried inside you. There is wisdom being extracted from this stretch of the journey. Insight you couldn't have gained in comfort. Patience that couldn't have grown in ease. Depth that couldn't have formed in safety. What I'm building in you is not temporary. It's not for show. It's eternal. That's why the route looked different than you expected, because what I'm forming can't be built quickly. It must be forged through fire, established through surrender, and anchored in the places where most would walk away. But you didn't walk away. You stayed through the dry season. You prayed when it felt like silence echoed back. You chose to worship without answers. And now, I'm opening your eyes to what was happening the whole time. I was mining treasure beneath your feet. Deep truths. Unshakable confidence. A history with me that no platform can give and no trial can take. You are not weak for having wrestled. You are stronger for having stayed. Now, you will begin to recognize the fruit of what felt like failure. Not outward success, but inward clarity. You'll notice you respond differently. Your joy is no longer fragile. Your peace doesn't rely on circumstances behaving. This is what resistance has taught you, to be rooted in me, not in outcomes. And that rooting has made you unmovable. I'm about to reveal why this portion of your story had to be written the way it was. You will see doors swing open, and you will know this isn't random. As reward, not for performance but for endurance. And the places that once felt like holding cells will suddenly turn into birthing rooms. Where you once cried out for release, you will now receive revelation. Others will watch as things begin to move for you, and they'll ask what changed. But the real shift happened quietly deep within. It happened the moment you stopped asking me to remove the struggle and started asking me to reveal what was in it. That moment of surrender marked the unlocking of what I had hidden in plain sight. So don't despise the places of resistance. Don't curse the seasons of constriction. They were wombs. They were weld, and they were weapons. I used them all to shape what I'm now releasing. You've been walking through the fire not as punishment but as preparation to steward what's coming next. And what's coming isn't just for you. It's for everyone who will drink from the well you didn't give up digging. The treasure is being revealed. The resistance is no longer a threat, it's become your testimony. Now rise. Take hold of what I buried beneath your battle. You didn't just survive, you discovered. There is a moment when preparation ends and fulfillment begins. You've walked faithfully through long stretches of groundwork, clearing space, following instructions, enduring training. You didn't know it, but much of what felt slow was actually sacred. I was weaving strength into your soul. I was establishing your steps beneath the surface while the world saw stillness. But now the shift is upon you. You're not simply getting ready anymore. You're stepping into what was prepared for you and into what I've prepared you for. This is the season of possession. What once felt distant is now coming within reach. What you held by faith will soon rest in your hands. But this won't look like the way you imagined. It will be deeper, quieter, richer. The fruit of your obedience won't be flashy, it will be firm. You won't need to shout that the promise has come. It will speak for itself. The land you're about to step into won't be just a reward, it will be your assignment. And because you've been faithful with the hidden, you're ready to carry the revealed. You'll feel the atmosphere around you begin to shift. Conversations will carry more weight. Opportunities will come with clarity, not confusion. Divine timing will surround even the smallest decisions. This isn't coincidence, it's the alignment of heaven with the timeline I've designed. You graduated from hoping to holding, from acting to accessing, from watching others enter to walking in yourself. You will no longer feel like a visitor in rooms I've built for you to occupy. This possession doesn't just mean territory, it means authority. I'm giving you the capacity to steward what's been entrusted to you without fear, without hesitation. The days of shrinking are over. The time of questioning if you belong is behind you. I am affirming not just your calling, but your place within it. You are not being tolerated, you are being trusted. I'm handing you keys to what you once watched through locked doors. And with this possession comes responsibility. Not pressure, but purpose. I'm not giving you more to weigh you down. I'm handing you what you were always meant to carry. You're not stepping into someone else's shoes, you're walking barefoot on ground that was shaped beneath your own footsteps. That's why the journey took time. Because the land needed your imprint, not another's image. This part of your story has your name on it. You'll begin to notice favor flowing in places that once rejected you. Not because you changed to fit in, but because I've changed the terrain to reflect who you've become. You are no longer reaching from the outside. You are now positioned from within. And from this place, you will build, speak, heal, and release what I've hidden in you all along. Possession also means letting go. You cannot carry old mindsets into a new mandate. You cannot wear yesterday's doubt in today's destiny. I am closing the chapter on hesitation. You won't second-guess your place here anymore. I've already confirmed you. Let that be enough. Move forward with a peace that's no longer conditional. Move forward with joy that doesn't borrow from circumstances. You've arrived not at the end, but at the entrance. Those who see you now won't understand the cost. That's okay. The wilderness shaped what you will walk in. The silence trained your discernment. The long path gave you roots. And now, your voice will carry authority that only comes from having walked the hard way without quitting. Your life is not a spotlight, it's a signal. A sign that I still finish what I start. And I still bring my people into promise. So take the step. Put your foot on the ground and feel it respond. You're not trespassing. You're home. The long wait was not in vain. The promise was not delayed, it was being protected. And now, it's time. Not for rehearsal, not for review, but for release. This is your inheritance, not because you earned it, but because I declared it. Welcome to the place you were always meant to stand. Possess it with peace. Possess it with confidence. Possess it with me. There comes a time when looking behind no longer serves your future. You've honored the lessons. You've grieved what was lost. You've even revisited the pain to understand what it shaped in you. But now, I'm calling you forward, not just to walk but to rise. Not just to move but to ascend. This is the moment where your posture changes, where your stance no longer mirrors survival, but reflects authority. The past has shaped you, but it will no longer hold you. The season for reflection has ended. The time for movement has arrived. You've spent long enough wondering if what you carry is still relevant after all you've walked through. But I want you to know what I placed inside you is not dimmed with time. It has only deepened. It hasn't weakened, it has matured. Your trials didn't erase your calling, they refined it. Your delays didn't diminish the power, I've only increased your capacity to carry it with wisdom. And now, the rising isn't optional. It's prophetic. It's the physical manifestation of the victory I've already secured within you. To rise, you must release. You must set down the narrative that says you missed your moment. You must lay down the weight of needing to explain where you've been and why it took so long. I was in every step. I was the one preserving you while it looked like nothing was happening. What you thought was dormancy was actually deep work. I was planting roots in secret to support the harvest that's now emerging. You will begin to notice a shift in how you carry yourself. Not out of pride, but from a place of peace. Your shoulders will feel lighter, not because the work has disappeared, but because you're no longer dragging history behind you. I am cutting ties to everything that tried to label you according to your past struggle. Those labels were never mine. And in this hour, I am stripping them away so your identity can rise unfiltered, unburdened, fully revealed. You'll feel my hand lifting you, not in noise, but in nudges. I'll guide your words with clarity. I'll adjust your direction with peace. The right steps will feel natural, not because they are easy, but because they are aligned. You won't feel rushed, but you'll feel readied. And that's how you'll know it's me. Because when I raise someone, I remove confusion. I don't promote people into chaos, I elevate them into clarity. There will be voices that try to tether you to old versions of yourself. Not out of malice, but out of familiarity. Don't return to what I've called you out of just because it's known. You are not responsible for remaining in places I've released you from. Your movement is not rebellion, it's reverence to the call. I've trained you to recognize my voice, and now I'm trusting you to follow it without delay. Rising doesn't always mean stepping onto a stage. Sometimes it means stepping out of silence. Sometimes it means breaking out of invisibility. Sometimes it simply means no longer apologizing for the mantle I've placed upon you. It's time to wear it fully, confidently, and without fear. Because what I've given you isn't just for your breakthrough. It's for others waiting on the other side of your obedience. You've held the keys long enough. Now open the doors. You envision the next chapter long enough. Now step into it. This is the moment where obedience becomes motion, where surrender becomes action, where faith becomes forward momentum. I'm not simply watching you rise, I'm empowering it. Every step upward is reinforced by my grace. Don't glance back. What's behind you is complete. What's before you is fresh. The ground is ready. The air is clear. And heaven is echoing the same word I'm speaking to your spirit now. Rise. Not tomorrow. Not eventually. Now. The moment has come. And I will walk every step of it with you. There was a time when everything around you felt uncertain. You walked forward carefully, unsure of what would hold and what would collapse beneath your next step. There were seasons where your footing felt temporary, your peace was easily shaken, and your joy was dependent on things going right. But that is not where you remain. Because what I'm doing in you now is different. I'm laying down unshakable ground beneath your spirit. I am establishing stability that does not shift with external conditions. You've been faithful while navigating the unknown. You've learned to pray without seeing. You've stayed when it was easier to run. And in doing so, you've proven that your foundation wasn't built on outcomes, it was built on me. That kind of trust doesn't go unnoticed. It becomes the very reason I'm pouring something deeper, stronger, and more sustainable into your life right now. This is no longer about survival. This is about security. The winds may still come. The voices of doubt may still try to echo from the shadows. But what once shook you will now serve as evidence that I've fortified you. You'll recognize the storm and not flinch. You will hear the noise and not waver. Because I've restructured the inner places where instability used to live. I've made them strong with faith that doesn't collapse under pressure. This is what it means to be grounded in truth, not just knowing it, but becoming anchored by it. You will begin to notice how your responses are different. You will face situations that once overwhelmed you, and now you will carry a calm that cannot be explained. That's not numbness, it's the fruit of stability. It's what happens when your soul has finally found its rhythm with mine. You are no longer swayed by every storm because you've discovered that I don't change, even when everything else does. And now, you reflect that steadiness. I'm also surrounding you with people who carry peace, not chaos. You've had seasons where you absorbed the instability of others, trying to be the strong one, trying to carry what was never yours to hold. But now, I'm giving you relationships that replenish you, not drain you. Connections that reinforce your calling, not distract you from it. I'm aligning you with people who walk in the same cadence of grace, so that what I've built in you isn't constantly under tension, it's strengthened through shared purpose. Stability doesn't mean the absence of movement. It means movement without fear of falling. You're still being led forward, but now your steps will feel secure. You won't have to second guess if you belong. You won't be walking on emotional eggshells. You'll move with boldness because your confidence is no longer placed in the path, it's anchored in my presence. That's how you know this shift is from me. Not because things suddenly feel easy, but because your spirit feels settled. And from this place of peace, your vision will sharpen. You'll begin to see further than before. Not with eyes clouded by panic, but with perspective shaped by wisdom. You'll be able to lead others through their storm because you've discovered how to stay grounded in the middle of your own. Your voice will carry calm. Your presence will speak of peace. And your faith will serve as a foundation for those still learning how to stand. Don't question the strength I've built in you. You didn't arrive here by accident. You've been shaped by every step, refined by every season, and held steady by my hand. And now that you've come through the shaking, I am establishing you with permanence. Not a temporary break, but a new rhythm. One that flows with grace. One that doesn't fracture under pressure. This is your steady place. Not just in location, but in identity, in purpose, in clarity. You won't go back to unstable footing. That chapter has closed. From now on, you will move forward on ground I've solidified beneath your feet. You're no longer standing for something to begin. You're standing in what I've already made firm. Peace has often been something you've chased, a feeling you tried to maintain when things calmed down, a fragile stillness you guarded when your world wasn't spinning too fast. But what I'm offering you now is something far greater. I'm not handing you a temporary relief, I'm inviting you into a realm where peace is no longer situational, where it's not tied to outcomes, not anchored in people's opinions, and not vulnerable to the noise outside you. I'm offering you a kind of peace that flows even when everything else feels uncertain. This kind of peace is not passive. It's not quiet just for the sake of stillness. It's powerful. It rules from within. It establishes order in chaos. It carries an authority that silences fear before fear can find its voice. This is the kind of peace that marked me when storms rose, when crowds pressed in, when betrayal sat at the table. I moved through it all without panic, not because the pressure wasn't real, but because I was ruled by something greater than pressure. And now I'm forming the same atmosphere within you. Not a shallow calm, but a deep-rooted confidence that doesn't shift when the winds do. You won't need everything around you to line up to feel secure. Your stability will no longer come from how much you can manage, but from how surrendered you've become. True peace isn't about control. It's about trust. The kind of trust that releases your grip on timing, on explanation, on needing everyone else to understand your process. You will begin to notice that the storms don't stop, but their power to move you weakens. You'll hear the noise, but it won't settle in your spirit. You'll walk into situations that would have rattled you before and find yourself unshaken, not because you've hardened, but because you've finally discovered what it means to be carried by me. This kind of peace reshapes how you interact with uncertainty. Instead of questioning everything when answers delay, you'll remain anchored in the last word I spoke. Instead of spiraling into what-ifs, you'll stand firmly in what is that I am with you, and I don't change. That truth will become louder than your fears. It will drown out the doubts, and it will become your compass, even in uncharted places. Peace like this isn't loud, but it is loud enough to lead. It doesn't demand attention, but it commands authority. It allows you to move with grace where others are frozen in indecision. You'll find yourself offering calm to others not because you're trying to play the strong one, but because what's in you naturally overflows. You've been in rooms before where anxiety set the tone, but now you'll become the one who shifts the atmosphere not by force but by presence. And from this place, your decisions will carry weight. Your words will have more clarity. You'll know when to act and when to wait. You'll stop second-guessing the pace of your progress because peace will assure you that you're right where you need to be. Not behind, not too late, but in the exact rhythm of grace. You've been carrying too much tension, trying to anticipate everything, trying to stay ahead of the unknown. But I'm calling you into rest that flows while you walk. I'm showing you how to build without burnout, how to carry fire without it consuming you. Because peace is not the absence of responsibility, it's the presence of order in your soul, even while the load increases. You're not being asked to slow down. You're being invited to move differently. From overflow, not from depletion. From rest, not from anxiety. From vision, not from reaction. This is what I've always wanted for you, not just to feel better temporarily, but to live rooted in a reality where my peace rules. So receive this not as a concept, but as a covering. Let it sink into your thoughts, your rhythm, your breath. You won't have to fight for it. It's already been given. Let it be the way you walk now. Calm, steady, free. Because the storm may still be around you, but it will never again be within you. You've carried tension within yourself for far too long. Silent battles between who you were, who you're becoming, and what others expect you to be. Questions have lived in your mind like uninvited guests, whispering doubts, stirring hesitation, replaying the past, even when your heart longed to move forward. But today, I am stepping into that war zone within. I'm not asking for your performance, I'm restoring your peace. I am closing the chapter of inner conflict and bringing you back to the place where your soul knows rest. This is the moment where wholeness returns. The war inside wasn't proof that something was wrong with you, it was proof that I've been refining what's right. Your heart refused to settle for half-truths. Your spirit rejected the compromise. That unrest was not weakness, it was a sign that your soul knew there was more. And now, I am answering that internal cry, not with louder noise, but with clarity that settles everything trying to pull you apart. I'm not fixing a piece of you, I'm realigning the whole. You've lived trying to reconcile contradiction, strength with softness, boldness with humility, obedience with desire. But I never created you to split yourself in order to survive. You are not too much. You are not too little. You are not a contradiction, you are a convergence. What I designed in you was never meant to be reduced for comfort or disassembled for others to accept. I am reintroducing you to the original version of you I authored before disappointment, before labels, before fear taught you to shrink. This is where the mask falls off. Not the one others see, but the one you wear for yourself. The one that says, I'm fine, when inside you feel fragmented. I'm gently removing the layers of self-protection that you wrapped around your heart, not to shame you, but to heal what was never meant to be hidden. You don't need to pretend anymore. You don't need to overcompensate for the moments you did have the answers. I was there for all of it. And still, I choose you whole, not perfect. Healed, not hidden. From this point forward, I am placing peace at the center of your identity. No more scrambling for approval. No more internal debates that drain your energy and paralyze your progress. You will hear one voice, mine, and it will quiet the noise. I'm simplifying what the enemy tried to complicate. I'm lifting the pressure to constantly reevaluate yourself through the lens of others. You are not a question mark. You are my declaration. And I am speaking wholeness over you now. You'll feel it in subtle ways at first. That sigh you didn't know your soul needed. That stillness that finds you even when you didn't seek it. The moment you wake up and feel no urge to strive. This is what healing feels like, not an explosion, but a restoration of rhythm. You'll stop fighting to be understood, because being known by me will finally be enough. You'll stop running scenarios in your mind, because peace will lead you from the inside. And from that healed place, your clarity will return. You'll make decisions without dread. You'll engage without fear of failure. You'll love without wondering if you're enough. This is not a service change, it's a soul transformation. The double-mindedness is ending. The divided heart is being made whole. And when people see you, they will no longer sense confusion. They will sense presence. Because my wholeness will be resting upon you like light on still waters. There will be no more tug of war within. Your spirit and your soul will move as one. Your decisions will no longer be filtered through fear, they will flow from peace. And even your past will lose its sting, because it will no longer compete with your present. You'll finally breathe without resistance. And that breath will be filled with certainty, not in what comes next, but in who you are in me. So exhale. Let the tension leave. Let your shoulders drop. The striving can end here. The self-questioning can be silenced now. This is your moment, not of resolution, but of restoration. You are whole. And it is safe to live like it. I've watched you walk into rooms where you adjusted your light to fit the atmosphere. I saw the moments you minimized what I placed inside you, trying not to outshine, trying not to offend, trying not to disrupt. You've shouldered expectations that didn't come from me, stepping into roles that wore down your soul instead of waking up your calling. But hear me clearly now, I am shifting your placement. I am positioning you where your presence is no longer tolerated out of obligation, but received as alignment. This next season is not about carrying pressure, it's about releasing purpose. You were never meant to stay in places where being fully you required constant explanation. You were not created to perform or to pretend. I made you to be. And when you are rooted in that identity, the weight lifts. You won't need to analyze every word you speak or shrink to avoid discomfort. What I've placed inside you isn't too much. It's right-sized for the places I'm sending you now. And in those places, your presence will be part of the solution, not a source of resistance. I've watched how you honored spaces that drained you, how you poured into people who never saw the oil they were receiving. And still, you stayed faithful. You stayed kind. You chose obedience over visibility. That posture did not go unnoticed. I am using it now as the foundation for something new, something healthy, something holy. I am planting you in an environment that not only welcomes what you carry, but draws it out with joy. The shift may come with release. You may feel me gently pulling you from patterns that once felt familiar. Relationships may fade that once felt essential. Opportunities may lose their shine. But don't misread this as loss. It's refinement. I'm making room for what is truly meant to grow in this next phase. The doors I'm opening now will require negotiation. You won't have to convince anyone to value your presence. It will be felt before it is explained. It will be honored without being requested. Where I'm taking you, the room will recognize you not from appearance, but from atmosphere. The grace you carry will speak for itself. Not because of volume, but because of weight. The kind of weight that only comes from walking closely with me when no one else was watching. You're not stepping into these places to prove anything. You're stepping into them to flow. And that flow will be effortless. not because it lacks depth, but because it finally matches your divine design. You've been prepared in private long enough. The refining fire has done its work. Now I'm placing you where the fruit of that fire will bless others. You will find conversations that feed you, partnerships that sharpen you, and spaces that allow you to exhale. You'll no longer walk on spiritual eggshells. You'll no longer wonder if your discernment is too sharp, if your passion is too bold, or if your peace is too quiet. You will belong, not because of conformity, but because of calling. And even more than that, I am teaching you to carry this alignment into every environment, even those that aren't yet ready. You won't enter to adjust, you'll enter to influence. Without force, without striving, simply by being fully present, fully yielded, fully aware that I go before you. The weight of presence is not yours to generate, it is mine to release through you. This is what it means to be placed by me. You won't case open doors. You'll be drawn to divine ones. You won't fear being overlooked. You'll trust being appointed. You won't compete for space. You'll occupy it with confidence and compassion. And those around you will begin to rise, not because you lifted them, but because your presence reminded them of what's possible. So let me place you. Let me position you. We're pretending. I'm not sending you into places where you'll be drained. I'm sending you where you will be poured out with purpose, then refilled with ease. You are ready, and the right room is waiting. There was a time when your courage was bright. You stepped out boldly, spoke with confidence, and carried hope with ease. But slowly, over time, the sting of being misread began to settle in. You poured your heart out only to be questioned. You moved in obedience only to face resistance. You shared what I gave you and were met with silence, or worse, suspicion. And little by little, you began to shrink, not because you lost faith in me, but because you began to lose faith in how others would receive what I placed within you. But today, I am restoring the courage that was dimmed by misunderstanding. I never asked you to be palatable. I never asked you to be acceptable to every audience. I asked you to be obedient. The fire I placed inside you wasn't meant to flicker under scrutiny. It was meant to shine regardless of response. And while it hurt to be overlooked or questioned for simply doing what I asked, I want you to know it didn't disqualify you. It revealed your depth. Because even after the rejection, you still stayed faithful. Now, I'm blowing fresh wind over that fire again. I'm reigniting what you tried to hide. Not out of rebellion, but out of fear. I saw how you began to edit yourself. How you started second-guessing what used to feel natural. I saw the internal tug-of-war, the part of you that knew what I said, and the part of you that feared the cost of speaking it. But I never removed the assignment. I simply waited until you were ready to carry it again, this time, not with the desire to be accepted, but with the determination to be aligned. This courage I'm restoring isn't loud or aggressive. It's steady. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't depend on validation. It stands on truth, even when truth is lonely. And now, I'm giving you permission to walk in it fully again. No more thinking. No more silencing yourself out of fear of being too much. I created you with layers on purpose. Don't peel them back to make others comfortable. Let the fullness of who you are rise again. The voices that misunderstood you didn't see the whole picture. That's not your fault. It was not yet their time to understand. You were speaking from a place I invited you into. And now, I'm reminding you that you were never wrong for stepping out in faith. You were brave. And now, you'll be brave again, but this time, with wisdom born from experience. You won't need to defend yourself. I will do that. You won't need to re-explain your journey. I've already confirmed it. You will simply walk free, whole, courageous, not because you've been affirmed by people, but because you've been refilled by my spirit. What they misjudged will now become the very area where I release your greatest impact. The stone they dismissed will become the cornerstone of this next assignment. As you move forward, the fear of being misunderstood will fade. You'll no longer brace yourself for backlash. You'll no longer water down what I give you. Your message will be sharp, but it will heal. Your presence will challenge, but it will comfort. Your life will become a mirror for others who have been hiding parts of themselves out of fear. Because when they see your courage reborn, they will remember their own. Let me rebuild your confidence not based on outcomes but on identity. You are not the accusations. You are not the silence. You are not the opinions formed in your absence. You are mine. And I am calling the brave one in you to stand tall again, not to fight, but to release. Not to battle for recognition, but to carry restoration. This is your moment to reclaim what was buried beneath shame and hesitation. Your voice is still valid. Your presence still carries purpose. And the courage you once gave away is returning stronger, purer, and completely untouchable. So rise again. Speak again. Move again. Apologetically. I'm with you. And they will see. You've walked long distances with invisible burdens. You wore a smile while holding back the ache of unanswered questions. You remained committed when it felt like no one noticed the effort. You pressed on when weariness whispered that you had every right to give up. And in that place beneath the strain, beyond the layers of obedience, I've been moving. But now, I'm pulling back the curtain on what you couldn't see while you were carrying the weight. You didn't just walk through it. You walked through it with me. And now, I'm showing you what that faith has built. While you were focused on surviving the moment, I was constructing something eternal within you. You couldn't see it, because the weight demanded your focus. But the whole time you were wondering if anything was shifting, I was laying foundations in silence. Now comes the unveiling not just of your next step, but of the strength I established while you were still pressing forward, breath by breath, prayer by prayer. There are things you prayed for that didn't arrive immediately, not because I ignored them, but because I was arranging them with precision. Had I given them when you first asked, they would have rested on shallow ground. But now they will land in soil that hath been dug deep by faithfulness. The unveiling isn't only external, it's internal. You're going to see the version of you that became something while waiting for breakthrough. And when you look in the mirror, you'll see the reflection of someone who never quit, even in the quiet. The heaviness you carried didn't crush you, it shaped you. You learned how to trust me beyond outcomes. You discovered how to worship when there were no signs. And now, you're about to realize what that yielded. Because I don't forget the weight you carried. I saw the cost. And now I'm handing you keys. Keys to moments you never thought you'd access. Keys to peace that won't be stolen by shifting seasons. Keys to opportunities that waited until you were ready, not in skill, but in spirit. This next stretch of your journey won't feel like labor. It will feel like lightness. You'll feel me lifting the layers that have clung to you, residue from former battles, pressure from old roles, expectation that was never yours to carry. I'm stripping it all back, not to expose you, but to reveal you. You're not who you were when the weight first settled on your shoulders. You've grown into someone who can walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere not by force, but by simply carrying the peace you fought for in secret. You'll find your clarity sharpening again. Not because the chaos has disappeared, but because your perspective has changed. You no longer need to understand every step to feel safe. You've learned how to move in the unknown, knowing that I go before you. And now, even when things remain unfinished, you won't feel afraid. You will feel assured. Because you've learned how to walk with me through fog and fire and come out stronger, not bitter. This unveiling will also release others. Your testimony will not just be a story, it will be a key. There are people who have carried silent weights of their own, and your courage will give them language. Your restoration will give them hope. The way you walk now in freedom, in joy, in simplicity will give others permission to stop striving and start receiving. And you won't need to announce that something has changed. It will be evident. In your presence, in your posture, in your peace. You will carry the fragrance of someone who endured without losing heart. Someone who stayed when it would have been easier to run. Someone who believed even when there was no applause. and that fragrance will make space for you in places that once felt closed. So let me unveil what's been hidden in you. Let me show you the fruit that grew in the dark. You've carried the weight. You've completed the walk. Now breathe. It's time to see what I've been building all along. I know how exhausted your heart feels at the thought of beginning again. You've poured into paths that seemed sure. You invested your hope where you thought things would last. You held on to dreams that felt sacred. And when those chapters closed suddenly, painfully, or without clarity, you weren't just grieving what ended. You were facing the weight of what beginning again would cost. But listen closely. I am not asking you to rebuild by your strength. I'm offering you grace that will carry you where fear said you wouldn't survive. I am replacing the dread of starting over with the joy of beginning again, this time with me fully leading. You've looked at the pieces left in your hands and asked, how do I start from here? But I want you to know this is not a repeat. This is not a reset to a former version of your story. What I'm writing now is fresh. Not a repaired job. Not a patchwork copy. A new design. One shaped by everything you've learned, everything you survived, everything you surrendered. What I'm building with you this time has wisdom in the foundation, and my breath in every brick. Beginning again doesn't mean failure. It means freedom. It means you're no longer tied to what didn't flourish. It means you're free to walk forward without dragging disappointment behind you. You're not going back to the starting line, you're stepping into a new assignment that begins with a healed heart and clear perspective. You're no longer running on empty or flowing from endurance. You're not unsure, you're aligned. The world sees starting over as weakness, but I see it as faith in motion. It takes more courage to rebuild after heartbreak than it does to begin without history. And you have chosen courage. Even when your feet felt heavy. Even when your voice trembled. Even when your vision blurred from tears you didn't speak out loud. You kept walking. And now I'm opening the way in front of you, not through striving, but by grace. I am aligning your surroundings to match your new pace. You'll see the way clear where it was once blocked. Conversations will come that confirm the timing. Connections will appear that don't need convincing. Opportunities will begin to open slowly, steadily, and with peace. This won't look rushed or dramatic. It will look like peace leading the way. You won't need to kick down any doors. I will open them. And when they open, you will know they were meant for this version of you. I'm also redeeming the energy you spent in the last season. I will make your new efforts multiply. What used to take years will now take moments, because you're not working alone, you're working in rhythm with me. And when I breathe on something, delay turns into acceleration. Not because you skipped the process, but because you trusted me in the silence that built it. Your joy will return in this new beginning. Not shallow happiness, but the deep, quiet kind that makes you smile when no one's watching. You'll stop measuring progress by how fast you're moving. You'll start seeing growth in how light your spirit feels. You'll find rest in the middle of building, laughter in the middle of responsibility, and hope not as a wish, but as a steady awareness that what's ahead is not a repeat of what was lost. I know you've tried to protect yourself from disappointment by lowering your expectations. But now, I'm asking you to lift your eyes again. Hope is not a risk when I'm the one writing the next page. You're not dreaming alone anymore. You're co-creating with heaven. You're planting in soil I've already blessed. And what grows from this will not be fragile, it will be rooted in redemption. So take a breath. Take the first step. Begin again, not because you have to, but because you get to. This isn't punishment. It's a promise being fulfilled. I'm not rushing you, I'm walking with you. Every step, every word, every door, every detail. And this time, it won't break you. It will build you. There are chapters in your life that never received a final sentence. Conversations that ended in silence. Connections that unraveled without explanation. Plans that shifted without warning. You tried to move on, but the echoes of what never fully ended followed you like shadows, interrupting your peace, slowing your steps. weighing down your yes. But I want you to hear me now. I am not just guiding you forward. I am sealing the places that remained open. I am bringing holy closure where you couldn't find natural understanding. You tried to make sense of what didn't finish. You searched for the why behind every closed door and distant voice. You retraced your steps, wondering if you missed a cue, misheard an instruction, or failed to see a sign. But you didn't fail me. And you didn't miss me. Some things were allowed to remain unfinished so I could finish them my way, not with revenge, not with answers, but with peace that cannot be undone. There are endings that don't need explanations, they need my presence. And I'm stepping into those gaps now. I'm standing in the spaces where you were left with questions, and I'm not offering formulas, I'm offering finality. The kind that doesn't come from understanding everything, but from trusting that I redeem everything. I'm not asking you to pretend it didn't hurt. I'm asking you to let me wrap my hand around the sting and turn it into strength. What's leaving your life now isn't rejection, it's release. What's shifting is not your failure, it's my intervention. I allowed some doors to close not to punish you, but to protect the purity of your purpose. You would have carried the weight of confusion into the next place had I not stepped in. Now, I'm removing that confusion. Not through their apology, but through my clarity. Closure doesn't always look like completion, it often looks like courage. The courage to stop waiting for something that cannot return. The courage to bless what broke you and still walk away healed. The courage to say, I don't understand it, but I'm not bound to it anymore. That's where I'm bringing you now, not just to peace with what happened, but to permission to stop holding it. You've held on because your heart is loyal. That's not weakness. That's the reflection of my image in you. But loyalty isn't meant to be bonded. And now I'm teaching you the difference. I'm cutting the soul ties that held you back. I'm lifting the emotional weight that's clung to your confidence. I'm restoring your clarity where grief blurred your insight. You are not leaving anything behind that I haven't already covered with grace. And as I bring this closure, I'm not sending you out empty-handed. I'm placing tools in your hand. Wisdom you didn't know you were gaining. Strength you didn't feel growing. Discernment sharpened through every unanswered moment. You are not walking away weaker. You're walking forward with a fire that was forged in silence. You don't need closure from them. You've already received confirmation from me. The space that was once occupied by pain will now become a well of compassion. You'll find yourself extending grace to those who don't understand, because you've experienced what it means to be held by me when no one else held you. That's where real healing lives, not in proving your pain, but in living beyond it. So breathe deep. The weight you've been carrying is lifting. The door you've stared at for too long is closing gently, not with slamming, not with chaos, but with reverence. Let it shut. Let me seal it. You don't have to keep peeking back to see if it might open again. What's ahead of you is more valuable than what tried to linger behind. You're not walking into what's next hoping for healing. You're walking into it as someone who's been healed. And this time, you'll feel it in your steps. Light. Confident. Free. The closure has come. Now walk forward without residue. You've been waiting for a sign that it's your time, something visible. Something loud, something that proves to the world what I've been whispering in your spirit. But I want you to understand, when I elevate, it's not always broadcast. I often move in silence, away from crowds, because I'm not looking to impress, I'm building impact. What's happening now in your life is not accidental. I am raising you up, but I'm doing it my way. Quietly, steadily, without spectacle. You've grown used to the idea that progress has to be seen to be real. That you need visible movement, open applause, and external proof. But what I'm doing in this moment is sacred. Hidden promotion. I am advancing you in places where your character has gone before your name. I am expanding your influence in atmospheres you haven't even entered yet. And when you do arrive, it will feel like you've already been there, because spiritually, you have. The elevation I bring doesn't need a stage. It's recognized by weight, not spotlight. A weight of wisdom that sits in your silence. A weight of peace that stills a room. A weight of discernment that needs no microphone. This isn't about climbing a ladder, it's about being entrusted with authority that doesn't expire when the crowd leaves. I'm increasing your reach by deepening your roots. You may not see the full extent of it yet, but things around you are aligning. People are being stirred without knowing why. Rooms are being shifted to make space for what you carry. Conversations are taking place about you in places your feet haven't touched. You don't need to force it. What is for you cannot miss you. My favor doesn't require your striving, it requires your stillness. You'll begin to feel it more than you see it at first. A divine ease in places that once felt resistant. A confirmation in your spirit where once there was doubt. You'll notice your voice landing differently, deeper, with more resonance. You'll realize your words now have echoes not because you spoke louder, but because you finally spoke from the place I prepared in you. That's how you'll know it's me. Because elevation in my kingdom always begins with intimacy, not influence. I've watched you wait without pushing. I've seen you remain when others ran. You chose refinement over recognition, and now I'm releasing what has been preserved. This is not about being seen, this is about being sent. And when I send, I sustain. I don't elevate to overwhelm. I elevate to equip. You won't just go higher, you'll go deeper. Into truth. Into wisdom. Into understanding that cannot be shaken by trends or titles. And yes, there will be those who don't understand how you arrived where you are. Let them wonder. You don't owe them a map. What I've done in you isn't explainable by human systems. It was grace. It was surrender. It was me. You stayed when no one cheered. You served when no one clapped. And now, I'm establishing you in a way that cannot be undone by criticism or competition. This new level will require a new version of you. It will require the most authentic version of you, the one shaped in the fire, softened in prayer, and steadied by silence. The one who knows that success is not in visibility, but in obedience. You will rise not by force, but by being faithful. And your rising will lift others. Not because you tried to prove anything, but because you became a mirror of my heart. So do not be surprised when doors open quietly. When favor finds you without announcement. When honor comes without striving. This is how I move. Not always in noise, but always in power. You are being elevated without hype, without pressure, but with heaven's full approval. You've seen it, how everything around you shifts. How the world drifts from truth to trend, from faith to fear, from clarity to chaos. You've watched people chase voices that promise peace but leave them more confused. You felt the tremble beneath the surface, the subtle pull of instability that tries to wear down even the strongest. And yet, here you are still standing. Not because it was easy, but because I've been forming you into something unshakable. You are not just surviving in this season. You are becoming an anchor in it. Anchors are not loud. They do not draw attention to themselves. They hold silently beneath the surface, carrying weight without needing recognition. That's what I've been doing in you. Wielding depth, establishing conviction, strengthening your stance so that when others begin to drift, they find stability in the stillness you carry. Not because of your strength, but because I've been rooting you in what doesn't move. You were never meant to follow the current. That's why you felt out of place in certain rooms. That's why your heart resisted compromise, even when it cost you connections. You were made to be immovable in places where others bend. To hold truth when truth feels inconvenient. To remain aligned when the wind demands agreement. And now, I'm confirming in you what the world has overlooked. You are not behind. You are anchored. This season won't require you to chase waves. It will call you to hold position, to be present with depth, to carry consistency in a world addicted to urgency. People are tired of shallow. They're thirsty for substance. And I've made you deep enough to carry what they need, not with noise, but with presence. With peace that doesn't waver when circumstances do. With discernment that sees past appearance and speaks directly to the heart. I know it hasn't been easy. Anchors are often hidden. You've longed to be seen, to be understood, to be validated. But what I've been doing and you couldn't happen in crowds. It required solitude. It required pressure. It required silence. And now that the foundation is strong, I'm not just going to reveal what you've carried, I'm going to use it. You won't have to announce yourself. Your presence will do that. Quietly. Powerfully. And yes, being an anchor means you'll feel what others won't. You'll discern what's shifting before it's spoken. You'll be burdened for things others overlook. But that's not a curse, it's your calling. I've trusted you with weight others weren't ready to hold, not to punish you, but because I knew it would shape you. And now that shaping becomes your authority. Not authority to control, but to calm, steady, to remind people where truth still lives. You're not here to compete. You're here to carry the message that doesn't change when circumstances do. To hold space for those who've been tossed around by lies and are desperate to feel something real. Your life will not be built on performance, it will be built on presence. And that presence will anchor others, even when they can't explain why they feel safe around you. So don't underestimate what I've done beneath the surface. What was once hidden is now holy. What felt like delay was construction. And what seemed like isolation was preparation for influence that doesn't fade with time. You're not chasing storms anymore. You're anchoring through them. This is who you've become. Not because you avoided the storm, but because you endured it with me. And now, I'm calling you to stay steady, to remain true. You'll be the voice that doesn't shift, the heart that doesn't flee, the soul that doesn't crack under pressure. You are my anchor in the chaos, and I've placed you exactly where you're needed most. Hold firm. You've walked through a season where clarity seemed just out of reach, where decisions felt heavier than they should, and even the things you once felt sure about became harder to navigate. You tried to trust, but the fog surrounding your thoughts made even the next small step feel risky. But hear me now, I have never left you wondering. I've been in the midst of it all. And now, I'm doing something holy and deliberate. I am lifting the fog. I'm clearing the mental and spiritual haze so that you can see again, not with your natural eyes, but with sharpened discernment. This isn't about overthinking or second-guessing. This is about vision. I'm returning spiritual visibility to you. Not just so you can see what's ahead, but so you can see it through my eyes. Because too long you've been navigating through filters that weren't yours, expectations, past trauma, noise from others, and even self-doubt. Those layers have clouded your ability to perceive what I've already placed in front of you. But now, those layers are being removed, one by one. I'm not just giving you answers, I'm restoring your ability to recognize what's true. You'll stop asking, what if I make the wrong choice? And start discerning. This is where peace leads. You'll stop relying on the validation of others to feel safe, because you'll begin to hear my voice more clearly than the opinions around you. You're not being led by instinct anymore, you're being led by intimacy. This clarity I'm bringing is going to feel like fresh air. Things that once drained your energy will no longer have access to your peace. You'll no longer entertain confusion as if it belongs. You will recognize what isn't sent by me the moment it enters your space. And you will begin to separate the noise from the truth, not by effort, but by the quiet certainty that comes from staying close to my presence. You'll start to notice how I've already been preparing you for this shift. The moments where you felt unsettled in environments you used to thrive in. That was me nudging you out of what was familiar into what is now necessary. The restlessness you couldn't explain. It was the signal that I was recalibrating your internal compass. And now that your heart is aligned, your sight will follow. With this new clarity will come new decisions. Not rushed and not reactionary, but bold. You'll find yourself saying no to things that used to appeal to you. You'll walk away from opportunities that others would chase, not because you're fearful, but because you know what doesn't carry my fingerprint. You'll stop following trends and start following truth. And people will wonder how you discern so quickly, but you'll know it's not quick. It's refined. It's been shaped in silence, tested in tension, and now it speaks with authority. I'm giving you discernment not only to choose, but to lead. To lead yourself, your family, your calling, your purpose. I'm placing decisions in your hands that affect more than just your own future, and that's why I've allowed the delay, so that when it comes time to act, you won't just move, you'll move in wisdom. And when you do, what once felt murky will break open with precision. Don't fear this shift. The cloud lifting may feel unfamiliar, even exposing. You'll begin to see things as they truly are: relationships, patterns, systems, even parts of yourself. But don't turn away. Let me show you what's real, even if it requires a new response. The truth will not shame you, it will free you. This is the hour of clarity. Not loud but undeniable. Not flashy but firm. I'm removing what's distorted so you can walk in focus. The fog is lifting. The shadows are fading. And what remains is my voice, clear, unwavering, and always leading you home. You can trust what you're beginning to see now, because it's me who's revealing it. You've spent years learning how to manage what little you had: energy, time, opportunity, strength. You became skilled at making limited things stretch. You rationed hope. You preserved your joy in pieces. You walked carefully, cautiously, making sure not to waste the small portions that seemed to come sparingly. But I want you to know those days are ending. I am shifting you now from a mindset of sustaining into a reality of overflowing. This is not the season to simply survive. This is the hour where I teach you to walk in abundance, not measured by material gain, but by the supernatural flow of my spirit through every part of your life. You were never created to live in constant conservation mode. I never intended for your default setting to be survival. But life taught you to protect what you had because you weren't sure when more would come. You gave sparingly. You dreamed cautiously. You expected moderately. Not because you lacked faith, but because you got used to scarcity wearing a disguise called wisdom. But now, I'm breaking that agreement. What I'm doing in you is not sustainable, it's supernatural. You won't have to stretch the little anymore. I'm pouring out much. This overflow begins on the inside. It starts with joy that doesn't depend on circumstances behaving. It starts with peace that no longer breaks under pressure. It starts with a new capacity to receive from me without filtering it through your past limitations. I'm expanding your heart before I expand your platform. I'm stretching your spirit before I increase your influence. Because overflow is not just about having more, it's about being transformed by the more that comes from me. You'll begin to notice you don't tire as easily in places where you once burned out. You'll speak with ease where you used to second-guess every word. Your creativity will return not as a trickle, but as a wave. Ideas, strategies, solutions, they will begin to pour without striving. This is not random. It's the fruit of obedience. It's the reward of hidden faithfulness. It's the response to the prayers you whispered on nights when you felt unseen. I'm also removing the fear that overflow will attract attack. For too long, you've resisted increase because you've associated it with responsibility that burdens. But I'm releasing increase that builds, not breaks. You won't be overwhelmed by what I pour into your life, you will be sustained by it. Because this time, you won't be trying to hold it all yourself. You'll be carrying it with me, shoulder to shoulder, step by step. And as I pour into you, you will pour into others, not from exhaustion, but from overflow. You'll no longer fear running dry because the source is within you. Your words will carry replenishment. Your presence will carry rest. You'll walk into rooms and shift the climate, not because you tried, but because you're full. And fullness speaks louder than effort ever could. This shift will also realign your decisions. No longer will you choose based on what you think you can afford emotionally, spiritually, mentally. You will choose based on overflow. You'll give without fearing lack. You'll love without protecting yourself from loss. You will say yes without calculating if you'll have enough left. Why? because now you will know I am your portion, and I never run out. Even your time will feel different. What once strained you will now seem light. Not because your schedule changed, but because your source changed. You're no longer running on reserve. You're flowing from the river. And rivers don't fear droughts. They don't panic over demand. They just flow constant, pure, unstoppable. So step into this shift. Let me stretch your capacity to receive. Let go of the mindset that says just enough is all you should expect. I'm not a God of barely. I'm the God of more than. And now, I'm proving it not through possessions, but through presence. Through depth. Your flow. No more just surviving. Now, your flow. I've seen the quiet hesitations. The inner pauses you don't voice aloud. The second guessing before each step. The way your heart leans forward with hope, only to pull back again, unsure if it's safe to believe fully. You've carried dreams with trembling hands. You've moved with caution even when I whispered, "Go." Not because you didn't trust me, but because somewhere along the way, your confidence was shaken. And now, I'm rebuilding it. Not with borrowed strength, not with fragile affirmations, but with my unshakable truth as the foundation beneath your every move. Confidence built on human approval will always shift. Confidence built on accomplishments will crack under pressure. But what I'm offering you is different. I'm not giving you confidence rooted in results, I'm anchoring it in relationship. I'm calling you to move from the assurance of who I am in you and who you are in me. No applause needed. No permission required. Just alignment with heaven. You've confused confidence with arrogance before, afraid to appear too certain, too bold, too sure. But humility and confidence were never enemies. In fact, the greatest humility comes when you walk in full assurance that I chose you, equipped you, and sent you not because you were flawless, but because you were faithful. You've weathered storms that could have broken you. And now I'm saying, stand tall, not because of pride, but because of purpose. The world taught you to tone yourself down, to dim when you weren't fully understood, to wait until someone invited you in. But I'm calling you to shine without fear of rejection. Not to overpower, but to illuminate. To carry light that doesn't need permission to exist. This is not self-promotion. This is holy restoration. I'm not inflating your ego, I'm resurrecting your courage. From this place, your decisions will sound different. You'll stop apologizing for being sure. You'll stop doubting what I already confirmed. You won't shrink to fit into small thinking. You won't delay obedience while waiting for universal approval. You'll walk with quiet certainty, knowing that when I speak, that word is enough even if it makes others uncomfortable. And when fear tries to revisit, it won't find a home. Because this rebuilt confidence won't be built on feelings, it will be built on evidence. You've seen me come through too many times to entertain uncertainty. You've walked through valleys with me too closely to forget what my voice sounds like. You've experienced my presence in the wilderness, and now that you're crossing into something new, I'm reminding you, your courage is not reckless, it's righteous. You'll also notice how this confidence begins to attract clarity. Where you once felt indecisive, now there will be direction. Not because the path becomes easier, but because your posture becomes anchored. You'll trust the peace I place in your gut. You'll move without over-explaining. You'll speak without rehearsing. You'll act without doubting. Not carelessly, but with conviction. And you'll do it all with grace. You won't need to shout. You won't need to prove. Your confidence will be quiet, consistent, and contagious. Others will feel it before you ever speak. They'll draw near, not because you pushed your way forward, but because what's in you makes space for truth to live unafraid. Your steadiness will serve as shelter. Your presence will unlock potential in others who are still trying to remember their own strength. So rise not just in motion, but in mindset. Walk with the confidence that you are sent, that you are known, that you are deeply rooted. Let your shoulders relax. Let your words flow freely. Let your vision sharpen again. You no longer need to question what I've already anointed. This time, your confidence won't crumble, because it was forged in fire and founded on me, and I never fall. You've tried to hold things together with your own hands. You've worked hard to keep peace, to maintain relationships, to walk the fine line between responsibility and rest. There have been seasons where it felt like your entire life depended on your ability to manage it all, every outcome, every emotion, every expectation. You wore strength like armor, not because you didn't trust me, but because you felt the weight of everything riding on your yes. But now, I'm stepping in. Not to take you out of what I've called you to carry, but to show you that alignment doesn't have to equal exhaustion. You've mistaken constant effort for obedience. You thought movement meant progress. But I've been waiting to show you a new way, my way. A way where your alignment with me becomes effortless, not because the road gets easier, but because your soul is finally moving with the rhythm of grace. This is where striving ends. This is where sustainability begins. What I'm aligning in your life won't need to be held up by your willpower. You won't need to monitor every outcome or fix every detail. You'll stop stretching yourself thin just to prove you're capable. You'll stop draining your energy trying to hold everything steady. I am bringing divine order to your steps, where peace becomes your compass and my presence becomes your anchor. You'll begin to notice that the pressure is lifting, not because responsibilities vanish, but because control is no longer your currency. You'll hand over the reins not out of resignation, but out of trust. You'll start choosing rest over rigidity, surrender over stress. And yet, somehow, everything will still fall into place. That's alignment. That's what I'm doing now, not adding more for you to carry, but refining what you're carrying so that it finally fits your calling. People may not understand the shift. They've seen you in hustle mode for so long that they've come to associate your worth with your work. But what I'm building in you now isn't dependent on performance. I'm creating a life that breathes, that flows, that reflects the unforced rhythms of heaven. And you won't have to explain it. Your freedom will be visible. Your joy will testify for you. This alignment will also create separation, not from love, but from attachments that kept you anchored to imbalance. There are connections, habits, and routines that once served you but now sabotage your clarity. I'm gently loosening their grip, not to leave you lonely, but to lead you into union with me, with your purpose, and with the pace I designed just for you. You'll find yourself making decisions with ease. You'll move with confidence, not calculation. You'll no longer ask, "Can I sustain this?" You'll ask, "Does this match my assignment?" That question will become your filter. It will protect your energy. It will guide your boundaries. It will keep your spirit aligned, even in high places. And in this alignment, you'll hear me more clearly. Not because I'm speaking louder, but because your spirit is no longer tangled in tension. Stillness will become sacred. Silence will no longer feel empty, it will feel full of answers. And when you speak, it will come from overflow, not obligation. So let me adjust what no longer fits. Let me refine your rhythm. Let me remove the tension you normalized. I'm not asking you to do more. I'm asking you to receive more. Not just blessings, but alignment. Alignment that holds when life feels fast. Alignment that steadies when things shake. Alignment that doesn't fracture under pressure. This is not the life you earn, it's the one I designed. One where my presence carries what your strength no longer has to. One where your yes feels light, and your no is honored as obedience, not guilt. Let alignment replace effort. Let me carry the weight. You've believed for others. You've prayed for breakthrough on their behalf. You spoke life into hearts that were weary, lifted voices that had gone quiet, and stood in the gap when no one else could see a way through. But when it came to you, your own desires, your silent hopes, the things you stopped mentioning even in prayer, you tucked them away. Not because you lost faith in me, but because you stopped expecting for yourself what you so easily expected for others. But now, I'm awakening something within you. I'm reviving the part of your heart that once dreamed wildly and asked boldly before disappointment made you cautious. I saw when the spark started to dim. I noticed when your prayers shifted from specific to safe. When your declarations became quiet agreements with delay. When you traded faith for what felt more manageable. But I never rebuked your survival. I understood the weight that made you adapt. I knew the tiredness that made hope feel heavy. And still I guarded your dreams, even when you couldn't look at them. You didn't bury them. You entrusted them to me. And now, I'm giving them back restored, refined, and ready. You're not picking up the same vision you laid down. I've expanded it while you rested. I've strengthened you so it no longer overwhelms. The time has come not just to believe again, but to believe bigger. I'm not just asking you to hope, I'm asking you to partner with heaven for things that look impossible. Your dreams were never too much. They were not foolish. They were seeds. And seeds don't scream as they grow, they stretch in silence. You've been stretching while standing still. And now, what was hidden under the surface is ready to break through. This is not you being reckless. This is you remembering that I do not lie, and I do not forget. You'll begin to feel it, a divine restlessness. A stirring that doesn't stress you, but stirs you. The sense that there's more ahead, not because you're lacking, but because your spirit knows something is unfolding. That stirring is me, nudging you to look again at what you once set aside. Not through the lens of fear, but through the eyes of faith that has been tested and proven true. You don't need the perfect plan. You don't need to explain how it will unfold. You just need to give me your yes again. The kind of yes that doesn't require guarantees. The yes that comes from a healed place. A yes that believes, even when there's no sign. That's the kind of faith I honor, not loud, not theatrical, but consistent. Quiet, but powerful. I will meet your yes with resources. I will meet your faith with timing. I will meet your obedience with doors no man can shut. And this time, you won't second guess whether it's for you. You'll walk through with confidence, not arrogance. You'll know that what's opening was prepared specifically for what I've cultivated in you. And as you begin to dream again, others will follow. Your courage will reignite what's gone dormant in people around you. Your movement will break hesitation in those who have been standing still. And the way you carry your restored vision will release permission for others to trust me for theirs. This is not ambition. It's revival. It's me returning to your heart what pain tried to remove. It's me proving that no dream born in my presence ever truly dies. It waits. It deepens. It matures. And then, it rises. So breathe it in. The atmosphere has shifted. Your hands are no longer too tired to build. Your spirit is no longer too weary to believe. Your hope is no longer fragile, it's fire. And it's time to dream again. Not small, not safe, but bold. Because I am with you in the dream. And I am faithful to bring it to life. There have been times you've paused not because you lacked direction, but because you were unsure which voice to follow. You stood at crossroads with clarity in your spirit, only to feel clouded by the volume of voices that surrounded you. Everyone has had something to say about timing, about method, about what's wise, about what's too risky. And while your heart has remained submitted to me, the noise has been relentless. But today, I am drawing a divine line between what is truth and what is assumption. I am silencing every voice that doesn't carry my breath. You were never meant to navigate by collective opinion. You were created to walk by revelation. And revelation doesn't come from chatter, it comes from communion. It's born in the secret place, not in public consensus. What I whisper in your spirit is not up for debate. It does not need validation from the crowd to be confirmed. I am teaching you to trust what I've spoken even when no one else sees it yet. Assumption will always attempt to mimic discernment. It will wear the tone of logic. It will sound like wisdom, but it won't carry my spirit. I am training your ears now to hear the difference not just in the words spoken, but in the spirit behind them. You will no longer confuse familiarity with truth. You will sense when something is wrapped in fear, even if it's spoken in love. and you will respond not with offense but with stillness. There is a reason I've allowed certain delays. It was not to polish your pace but to sharpen your perception. I let the noise swell so that you'd finally grow weary enough to tune it out. And now that your spirit has quieted, I'm revealing the frequency of my voice again. It's steady. It's sure. It's not frantic. It doesn't shift with opinions. And it won't lead you in circles. You will soon realize how much lighter you feel when you stop carrying everyone's assumptions. When you stop editing what I gave you just to make it easier for others to understand. I didn't call you to blend, I called you to obey. And sometimes, obedience looks like building something no one else sees value in yet. You're not moving based on the approval of spectators. You're moving with the weight of my instruction. I didn't give you insight so you could debate it, I gave it so you could act on it. The more you hesitate, the louder the noise gets. But the moment you move again, the voices lose their grip. And I will confirm my word not through arguments, but through evidence. Watch how things begin to align the moment you release what I actually told you to do, not what others expected you to do. Doors will respond. Peace will return. Energy will be restored. Because obedience clears confusion. And my voice brings order. I'm not asking you to be stubborn, I'm asking you to be unwavering. There's a difference. Stubbornness defends ego. Obedience defends purpose. And you, beloved, were created for purpose far greater than applause. You were designed for clarity that can't be shaken by contradiction. From here forward, you will know when to listen and when to release. Not every voice deserves access. Not every opinion deserves room to echo. I'm teaching you how to protect your atmosphere not out of arrogance, but out of reverence for what I've placed inside you. This sermon isn't human, it's stewardship. And now, I'm trusting you to steward the sound of truth with a new level of precision. Let this be the moment where the fog lifts, where the sound of my spirit rises above the noise, where the confusion breaks and the clarity flows. You'll no longer waver. You'll no longer stall. You'll hear me and you'll move. Not because it's popular, not because it's explained, but because it's mine. And that is enough. You've carried things that never fully healed, wounds that became familiar, disappointments that you tucked away so deeply they blended in with your rhythm. You learned how to continue, how to show up, how to move forward even with the ache. You didn't ignore the pain. You just adapted to it. You wrapped it in perseverance and kept going. But I never intended for you to live with what I died to heal. You were not created to carry injury in silence. And today, I am reaching into those hidden places not to expose them, but to finally restore what you thought you'd always have to manage. There's a difference between endurance and healing. Endurance keeps you walking. Healing makes you whole. And while I honored every step you took through the shadows, I want more for you than survival. I want restoration. Not the kind that patches things up just enough to keep you moving. I'm speaking of a deep renewal where you don't have to flinch every time something reminds you of what broke. Where you no longer feel the need to explain away the pain or pretend that time fixed what it never touched. Some of what I'm healing, you've grown used to. Patterns of thought that feel normal. Emotional walls you've mistaken for strength. Avoidance you've named as boundaries. But I see deeper. I know the original version of you, the one who trusted without guarding, who laughed without analyzing, who rested without guilt. That version still exists beneath the layers, and I'm calling them forward again. Not to relive the past, but to reclaim what was buried by experience. You may ask, why now? Because the season you're stepping into requires freedom, not compensation. You won't be able to carry purpose with a limp and expect to walk in full authority. The broken places that once felt manageable will become liabilities if they are not healed. So I'm tending to them now because I care more about your wholeness than your pace. You're not falling behind. You're being made strong in the places that once kept you hidden. And this healing will not be loud. It will be sacred. You won't need to announce it. You won't have to prove it. It will simply begin to show in how you respond, in how you pray, in how you breathe. Peace will settle into places where anxiety once echoed. Joy will return to areas where numbness took residence. You'll feel lightness again, not because everything around you changed, but because the weight within you finally lifted. You'll begin to notice how what once triggered you no longer controls you. The same words, the same environments, the same situations, they'll lose their grip. Not because they got smaller, but because you got healed. And healing always changes the way you see. What once felt like a wound will become a testimony. What once felt like a weakness will become a well of wisdom. You'll offer comfort to others not from a place of theory, but from the depth of your own redemption. And you don't need to be afraid of what I'll touch. I heal gently. I restore without shaming. I rebuild without exposing your vulnerability to harm. You can trust me with the most fragile parts of your heart. I'm not rushing you, I'm restoring you. And when I heal, I don't leave scars that ache, I leave strength that lasts. So let me work where no one else can. Let me into the places you've managed but never released. You don't have to pretend anymore. You don't have to keep functioning around what I'm offering to free you from. You can stop performing strength and start living in it. This is the moment where maintenance ends and healing begins. And it will be complete. Because I never leave a heart half restored. You've walked through seasons where you constantly looked outward for confirmation, where you needed signs to feel safe, words to feel validated, and outcomes to feel sure. You weren't being weak, you were doing your best to navigate through uncertainty. And while I never shamed your need for reassurance, I am now shifting the foundation beneath your feet. I'm anchoring you in something deeper than affirmation. I'm building security in you not through more signs, but through inner stillness that doesn't shake when feedback goes silent. You won't need to keep checking if you're still on the right path. You won't have to keep asking, was that really you? Every time something delays or looks different than expected, what I'm doing now in your spirit is permanent. I'm replacing constant need with lasting knowing. The kind of knowing that isn't loud, but unmovable. The kind of knowing that doesn't change when opinions shift or results fluctuate. The security won't make you arrogant, it will make you free. You'll be free from the weight of performance. Free from the trap of comparison. Free from overanalyzing every step you take, wondering if it was too soon, too late, too much, or not enough. I am removing the pressure to prove yourself, because who you are in me was settled long before anyone else saw your potential. I'm not developing your identity through public recognition, I'm establishing it in private confidence. You won't need constant reminders when my presence becomes your reference point. You'll wake up steady. You'll make decisions with clarity. You'll love without needing it to be reciprocated in a specific way. And you'll serve without secretly hoping someone notices. That's the kind of security I'm birthing in you. Others may not understand this shift in you. They're used to the version of you that needed reassurance. But now, they'll encounter someone different. Not harder, stronger. Not colder, clear. Not withdrawn, wise. And you won't need to explain the change. Your peace will speak louder than your words ever could. You'll notice the fruit of this security in small ways first. You'll stop chasing answers you already have. You'll stop rehearsing conversations to make sure you were understood. You'll stop shrinking when someone doubts your calling. You'll recognize that my voice within you outweighs every echo from the outside. And from that realization, confidence will rise not based on applause, but on truth that cannot be revoked. I'm also freeing you from the fear of silence. You've been trained to think that if it's quiet, something must be wrong. But silence is not always absence, it's often alignment. It's where my voice grows clearest. Where my peace becomes your compass. Where your identity stops depending on sound bites and starts resting in stillness. Let me teach you how to trust me when I'm not repeating myself. This is what maturity looks like, not perfection, but rootedness. You'll no longer be shaken by temporary outcomes. You'll hold steady, even when timelines shift. Because your trust won't be attached to how things unfold, it'll be anchored in the one who holds it all. And that kind of trust, it doesn't waver. It doesn't beg. It doesn't look around for backup. It stands. And in that stance, I will meet you with clarity. Not in flashes, but in sustained direction. You will stop wondering if you're qualified and start walking like you're chosen. Because you were. You always were. Even when you questioned it. Even when you doubted your own voice. Even when you needed to hear it 10 times to feel secure. I never changed my mind about you. So take a deep breath. Let the striving for confirmation go. Let the endless searching settle. You are not lost. You are not late. You are not lacking. You are learning to live led, not managed by reassurance. This is the beginning of something lasting. A kind of security that storms can't steal. A confidence not placed in outcomes, but rooted in me. You won't need the echo anymore. You have my voice, and it is enough. You've waited so long that waiting started to feel like your identity. Delay became familiar. It crept into how you thought, how you prayed, even how you planned. You stopped expecting things to happen quickly. You stopped believing for immediate change. And slowly, without realizing it, you adjusted your hope to match disappointment. You didn't call it giving up, you called it wisdom. But I saw the shift. I saw how you rewrote your expectations so you wouldn't feel the sting of another delay. And now I speak this clearly over you. I am breaking that silent agreement. Delay is not your portion. It is not your identity. It may have touched your journey, but it will not define your outcome. You've measured time by absence, what didn't happen, what didn't arrive, what didn't change. But I measure time by alignment. And while you've been watching the calendar, I've been preparing the convergence. Not just for breakthrough, but for completion. And that moment is not far off. It's moving toward you even now. I am severing the mindset that partnered with postponement. The part of you that began to expect slow answers. The part that made room for disappointment just in case. You were not wrong to feel weary. I honor your endurance. But now I'm shifting your posture. You will no longer stand as one who waits without expectancy. You will begin to walk as one who prepares to receive. You're not just moving into the fulfillment of a word, you're moving into the fullness of a timeline I ordained before you ever saw the delay. What felt like stagnation was me arranging the deeper layers. What looked like silence was me recalibrating the timing so that when I say now, nothing can stop it. Not people, not history, not fear, not even the delays you've come to anticipate. You will notice this shift first in how you speak. No longer cushioning your words in case things fall through. No longer preemptively softening your belief. You'll begin to declare again. Not from high, but from healed anticipation. You'll sense urgency in your prayers, not panic, but a holy awareness that things are moving beneath the surface, even when your eyes haven't caught up yet. I'm calling you to clean the room, not just hope the guest shows up. To gather the vessels before the water flows. To build the altar before the fire falls. This is not about what you see, it's about what you know. And what you know now is this. I have not forgotten you. I was never late. And everything that felt slow is suddenly catching up. There will be no striving to make this happen. You won't need to orchestrate or manipulate. You won't need to control. You will simply need to stay in position. To keep your spirit aligned. To stay tuned to the pace of my voice, not the pressure of the clock. Time has no authority over my promises. And when I say it is time, everything shifts. Even your body will feel the change. The fatigue you once carried in your waiting will lift. The heaviness of maybe later will be replaced with the strength of any moment now. You'll begin to rise earlier with energy you didn't summon. You'll feel excitement return in the places where you've only known patience. Because the atmosphere around you is shifting from delay to release. Don't be surprised when things begin to open faster than you anticipated. Don't be afraid to respond quickly when doors unlocked. I'm not rushing you, I'm restoring momentum. What was stuck will now move. What was paused will now play. What felt like denial will reveal itself as divine redirection. So break the agreement with delay. Cancel the contract with settling. Close the door to lowered expectations. This is not the time to shrink in caution. This is the moment to expand in trust. I am not just accelerating time. I am redeeming it. And I am doing it now. There is a kind of joy I created you to live in, a joy untouched by conditions, unhindered by the outcome, and unshaken by delays. Not shallow cheerfulness, not temporary highs, but deep, settled delight that springs from knowing me not just as the one who gives good things, but as the one who is good, even when things don't unfold the way you thought they would. And now, I am restoring that kind of joy to you, not as a feeling that visits occasionally, but as a foundation that carries you daily. You've known how to smile through pain. You've known how to press on even when joy seemed absent. But I'm not calling you to keep pushing from an empty place. I'm filling the space that sorrow drained. I'm resurrecting the part of your spirit that once woke up with wonder. The you that believed joy could be constant, not because life was easy, but because my nearness was enough. A joy is not lust. It is awakening. I see how you've connected your peace to progress. How you've waited to exhale until prayers were answered. How you've celebrated cautiously, fearing the moment would be stolen. But that is not how I created you to live. You are not meant to hold joy hostage until everything makes sense. I am teaching you to rejoice before the shift, to laugh before the breakthrough, to celebrate in the midst of the uncertainty, not out of denial, but from deep trust. This kind of joy is powerful. It's not loud, but it's loud enough to silence fear. It's not dramatic, but it disarms the lies that say you're still waiting to live. Joy is not the reward at the end of the race, it's the strength that sustains you while running. You don't need to wait until everything aligns. I am giving you permission to enjoy this moment even in its imperfection, even in the unknown, even before clarity arrives. You'll begin to notice joy returning in small ways. Laughter that doesn't feel forced. Gratitude that catches you off guard. Lightness where there was once tension. You will need a big event to trigger it. It will arise in the quiet, in the routine, in the spaces that once felt stale. You'll breathe deeper, walk slower, smile easier, not because circumstances shifted, but because you did. I'm also removing the guilt you've associated with joy. Somewhere along the way, you began to believe that it wasn't right to celebrate while others suffer, that it wasn't responsible to enjoy life when battles still rage. But I want you to hear this clearly. Joy is not betrayal. It is not insensitivity. It is resistance. It is warfare. It declares to darkness, you don't get the final word here. When you walk in joy, you walk in agreement with heaven, and that agreement has power. You won't need to apologize for your light anymore. You won't need to explain your peace. The joy I'm restoring in you will be both gentle and contagious. Others will feel it when they sit beside you, not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that carries permission. Your freedom will create space for theirs. This joy will also restore your perspective. You'll stop looking at life through the lens of pressure. You'll begin to see again through wonder, through hope, through expectancy that isn't tied to outcomes but to me. And when setbacks come, they won't steal your song. Because your joy will no longer sit on the surface, it will be rooted deep. So let me reintroduce you to joy, not the joy that requires perfection, but the kind that flourishes in surrender. Not joy that waits for the next thing to go right, but joy that flows because I am right here. You don't have to wait to feel whole before you live like it. You don't have to earn joy, it's already yours. Today, I'm not just restoring your joy. I'm restoring your right to walk in it unapologetically. There has been noise all around you, internal, external, emotional. It rises unexpectedly, pressing against your spirit, demanding your attention. Situations shift without warning. People change their tone without explanation. Timelines stretch. Responsibilities collide. And in the middle of it all, you've tried to find stillness, like looking for calm in a storm. But now I'm doing something deeper. I'm not calming the surroundings. I'm anchoring your center. I'm establishing a stillness in you that remains, even when everything around you moves. This stillness is not a lack of motion, it's an abundance of peace. It's the kind that stays steady while the waves rise, the kind that doesn't react to every disruption, the kind that's not contingent on everything going right. I'm not calling you to escape what's chaotic, I'm placing something within you that makes you untouchable in the middle of it. You've learned to pause when overwhelmed. You've taken deep breaths. You've stepped away. You've done what you knew to do to preserve your focus. But I'm offering something beyond temporary relief. I'm giving you an unshakable calm that doesn't vanish when pressure returns. You won't need to constantly reset your peace. You'll carry it like a garment woven into your spirit, inseparable from who you are becoming. This stillness is not passive. It carries quiet strength. It gives clarity when confusion tries to blur your path. It gives rest even in movement. You'll go further without feeling drained. You'll engage more without becoming entangled. You'll respond with wisdom rather than react with emotion. Because I'm establishing a new internal pace, one that is synced to my rhythm, not to external rush. Even in conversations, you'll notice the difference. Where once your heart would race, your spirit will remain still. You won't be baited into urgency that doesn't belong to you. You won't be pulled into battles that I never called you to fight. The opinions that once stirred anxiety will no longer shake you. Not because the voices stopped, but because your ear is now tuned to mine. I'm also healing the reason why stillness felt unsafe. For some of you, movement became a way to feel in control. Busyness distracted you from questions you didn't want to face. Achievement helped you silence insecurity. But none of those things healed the root. And now, I'm reaching into that place not to leave you exposed, but to settle you with truth. You don't need to perform to be protected. You don't need to be busy to be valuable. You are safe in stillness because you are secure in me. This new stillness will not make you indifferent. It will make you effective. You'll notice what others miss. You'll discern what's behind the surface. You'll sense my presence in the smallest details because your spirit is no longer distracted. And from that place, your decisions will carry more weight. Your timing will align more precisely. Your steps will produce more fruit. Others will feel it too. You'll walk into tense situations and shift the atmosphere not by what you say but by what you carry. Your calm will be a compass for people who are caught in emotional storms. Your peace will become a resting place for those who have forgotten what stillness feels like. And you won't even need to explain it. Your presence will speak it for you. So let me still the noise within, not just for a moment, but for good. Let me anchor your spirit so deeply in my presence that nothing can uproot it. You'll begin to feel it settle. The swirling thoughts will slow. The urgency will lift. The striving will cease. And in its place, peace. A peace that doesn't tremble when the winds return. This is not a pause. It's a pause you. And from this place, you will never be moved again. You stayed low, not because you were unfaithful, but because you feared being misunderstood. You've been tucked away, not out of weakness, but because the battle made you cautious. You learned how to operate in silence, to carry burdens in secret, to work quietly while others advanced visibly. And still, you never let go of me. Even in hiddenness, your heart stayed aligned. Even when recognition faded, your obedience remained. And now, I am stepping into the shadows not to push you forward out of pressure, but to bring you into visibility with purpose. This is not exposure for the sake of applause. This is revelation of the person I formed in the unseen. There are gifts in you I buried for safekeeping while I worked on your character. There are callings I protected from premature release. There were platforms I shielded you from, not to punish you, but to preserve your purity. Because what I'm doing through you cannot afford to be built on applause. It must be grounded in intimacy. I'm calling you forward now not because you need a stage, but because you carry something the world needs to hear. Your silence served a purpose, but the time for hiding has ended. You are not the same person who first walked into the quiet place. You are stronger now not in striving, but in stillness. You are deeper now not because you studied more, but because you let me shape your foundation in secret. And now, I'm removing the hesitation, the self-doubt, the lingering thought that says, "Who am I to do this?" You are mine. That's all the authority you need. You don't need the confirmation of the crowd. You have the commissioning of a king. You were not created to stay small just to make others feel comfortable. I didn't place fire in your bones so you could whisper your way through life. I made you to speak, to move, to release what I've entrusted to you. This doesn't mean chaos. This doesn't mean striving for attention. This means alignment. Walking where I lead. Speaking when I prompt. Stepping out not with fear, but with assurance. Because what you've gained in the quiet is now meant to flow in the open. The oil I pressed from your pain is not just for you. It's for the ones still waiting in silence, wondering if their hidden faithfulness was seen. You will become the proof that I never overlook those who stay close to me when no one is watching. You'll notice the shift. Opportunities that once bypassed you will start to circle back. Invitations will come without you chasing them. Doors will open without you forcing them. You will not need to hustle to be heard. I will amplify your voice in the right spaces. And what they hear won't just be words, it will be weight. Weight that only comes from walking with me in the unseen. Do not be afraid when the light finds you. You won't feel exposed, you'll feel established. Because I'm not revealing a version of you that's still being healed. I'm revealing the healed parts I've made whole. The strength forged in the silence. The wisdom carved in the weighing. The grace molded in the depths of surrender. You're not being picked out, you're being positioned. And even in the spotlight, you'll carry the stillness of the secret place. You'll move with rhythm, not rush. You'll speak with clarity, not volume. You'll lead with purity, not pressure. Because who you are in me doesn't change when you're seen, it only deepens. So come out of hiding. Not because it's time to prove something, but because it's time to release something. You've been filled in the quiet. Now pour in the open. You are ready. Not because you feel it, but because I've said it. You've been taught to count results, followers, figures, reactions, recognition. The world keeps score in visible ways. It praises productivity, rewards noise, and idolizes rapid success. But I am leading you into a new understanding, a recalibration of how you discern impact. I am shifting your eyes away from the surface and drawing your heart toward eternal measures. Because what truly matters isn't always measurable in the moment. And what I value isn't always what culture applauds. You've wrestled with wondering if your obedience has made a difference. You've labored in love, served in silence, and poured out when no one applauded. You've questioned, not my promises, but your progress. Wondering if your unseen efforts truly counted. Wondering if your sacrifice mattered when it didn't seem to produce immediate results. But today I remind you, I do not calculate value the way the world does. I see the seed you planted that hasn't broken the surface yet. And I call it good. I'm freeing you now from pressure to produce what others expect. I'm releasing you from timelines that were never mine. You don't need to move faster. You need to move truer. Truer to my pace. Truer to my purpose. Truer to what I whispered when no one else heard it. I'm not concerned with your metrics, I'm interested in your heart's alignment. And right now, I see alignment taking shape. What you thought with delay was actually depth. What you saw as slow was strategic. Because I have been building something unshakable in you. And now I'm adjusting how you evaluate growth. You'll begin to recognize movement not just by numbers, but by peace. You'll measure success not by exposure, but by faithfulness. Not by how many saw it, but by how heaven received it. You will stop chasing moments and start building legacies. You will stop comparing your progress to someone else's pace. You'll see how I've handcrafted your path not as a race but as a relationship. You'll stop asking, is it working? And start asking, is it true? Because when it's true, I breathe on it. When it's rooted in me, it multiplies even if it takes time to appear. This shift will be subtle, but it will change everything. You'll begin to celebrate in places where you used to critique. You'll rejoice in obedience rather than outcome. You'll thank me even when the fruit is still forming, because you'll trust that what's happening underneath is just as sacred as what eventually blooms. You'll feel peace replace the panic that once came from trying to keep up. You'll trade striving for steady and performing for presence. Others might not understand this change. They may ask why you're not pushing harder, doing more, chasing visibility. But you'll know. You'll carry a quiet confidence that doesn't come from accomplishments but from assurance. Because you'll no longer need to be seen to feel significant. You'll no longer rely on updates to believe you're moving forward. You'll live from the inside out, and the weight of that will carry further than applause ever could. And yes, I will bring increase. I will open doors. But it will happen on the foundation of truth, not effort. On the back of obedience and not ambition. And when it comes, you won't be surprised. Because you'll have known deep down that faithfulness always bears fruit. Even when it takes a while to ripen. So shift your focus now. Stop keeping count. Start keeping covenant. Stop measuring success by speed. Start measuring it by surrender. You're not falling behind, you're falling in line with heaven's rhythm. You are doing better than you think. You're carrying more than you see. And what's growing will not be small. Because I don't waste anything planted in faith. You've watched others move quickly, speak boldly, build visibly. You've seen movements rise, voices grow louder, platforms expand. And even though your spirit remained grounded in me, a part of your heart questioned if you should be moving faster, speaking more, doing something that looked like what everyone else was doing. But I'm speaking now not to the noise around you, but to the discernment within you. I'm not just guiding your actions. I'm refining your sensitivity. I'm tuning your spirit to detect me, not movement, not popularity, not noise me. Because what I am doing in your life cannot be patterned after others. Your pace is not their pace. Your process is not their blueprint. I've wired you with unique frequencies of discernment. You feel things others overlook. You sense shift before they surface. That's not a burden, it's a gift. A sacred awareness meant to guide you through the unseen with the clarity of heaven. I know there have been moments where this sensitivity has felt like too much. When you've asked, why do I feel things so deeply? Why do I wrestle with what others seem to ignore? But what you carry is rare. And it's necessary for the times we're in. You were not built for surface-level movement. I've designed you to move from the depths, to respond, not react, to discern, not duplicate. I'm now increasing this sensitivity, but with it, I'm also strengthening your spirit so that you're no longer overwhelmed by what you feel. You will discern without being drained. You will carry weight without it crushing your clarity. Because I'm not just making you sensitive, I'm making you stable. And that stability will anchor your discernment so you don't just know what's happening. You'll know what to do with it. You'll begin to notice moments of quiet invitation. Nudges that call you away from the crowd so I can whisper something only you are meant to hear. These are not interruptions. These are instructions. Encounters woven into the ordinary. Pay attention to the stillness. That's where I'm planting new strategies. Hidden assignments. Hidden keys. Hidden insight that's not being broadcast, but entrusted. This level of sensitivity will also require space. Space to breathe. Space to listen. Space to process what I'm revealing. You're not missing out by stepping away. You're stepping into something deeper. Not everything I show you is meant to be shared right away. Some things are meant to be carried. Some are meant to be spoken in intercession, not on platforms. Some are for now. Others are for later. And I will show you which is which. With this sensitivity will also come separation, not from love, but from confusion. You'll stop attaching yourself to movement just because it looks fruitful. You'll stop chasing what glitters without discerning the source of its light. And you'll feel a deepening assurance that the only validation you need is my voice confirming, yes, this is where I'm leading. Don't worry if others don't understand this shift. Discernment doesn't always make sense to those who are driven by results. But you're no longer driven, you're drawn. Drawn by my spirit. Pulled into moments that don't make headlines but shake atmospheres. I am training you to hear what isn't being said, to see what's beneath the surface, to move at the speed of revelation, not the pressure of expectation. You will no longer be distracted by what's trending. You'll be locked into what's true. And from this posture, your decisions will carry precision. You won't need to explain them. They will speak for themselves in time. Because when your steps are ordered by discernment, they leave a trail of divine alignment wherever you go. So lean in. Sharpen your ear. Trust the weight of what you're sensing. I'm not making you more emotional, I'm making you more effective. I'm not asking you to feel everything, I'm asking you to discern what I'm doing in the middle of everything. This is not noise. This is navigation. You are hearing me clearly, and I'll walk accordingly. You've been holding on to more than I ever asked you to. Responsibilities that drained your joy. Emotions that didn't begin with you but settled into your spirit like they belonged there. The weight of others' expectations, the unspoken pressure to be everything for everyone, and the silent sense that if you didn't keep it together, everything around you would fall apart. But I never created you to be the glue for what I didn't assign to your hands. And now, I'm reaching into those tangled strands of pressure and gently pulling them away. This is not punishment. It's permission. Permission to breathe again. To walk without bracing for the next demand. To release the burdens you've carried with good intentions but false ownership. You stepped in because you care. You carried it because you love. But not every burden born of compassion is meant to become your responsibility. You were never meant to carry what only I can hold. I know how heavy it became. How it started subtly, one thread at a time, until you couldn't tell where your peace ended and their chaos began. You wore strength like armor. You kept moving, hoping that rest would come when things settled. But they never did. And that's when you started believing that weariness was normal. That heaviness was just part of being faithful. But today I say to you, not everything that weighs you down is holy. Not every burden is part of obedience. I am not glorified by exhaustion that steals your clarity. I am not honored when your care for others drowns your ability to care for yourself. I am not asking for your collapse, I'm asking for your surrender. I'm not asking you to abandon those you love. I'm asking you to trust me with the outcomes. To stop tying your peace to how well they respond. To stop holding yourself responsible for results I never made yours to manage. You can love fully and still release control. You can intercede without intervening. You can carry compassion without compromising your soul. I'm inviting you to step back, not from love, but from entanglement. The version of help that leaves you depleted was never from me. I don't invite you to sore pain, I invite you to pour peace. And peace flows best from a soul that knows how to be still without shame. A soul that knows how to sit at my feet without justifying its place there. You'll begin to feel the difference. The mental clutter will lift. The emotional fatigue will fade. The spiritual confusion that came from being pulled in too many directions will begin to unravel. I am disentangling you not just from tasks but from attachments. From soul ties disguised as loyalty. From cycles masked as stewardship. From weight that's been normalized but never sanctified. You won't need to explain the shift. You won't need to announce the boundaries. I will guard your space. I will protect the stillness I'm creating. And from this place, your presence will carry more power than your striving ever did. You'll speak less but be heard more. You'll do less but impact deeper. Because you will be flowing from wholeness, not depletion. And for every place where release feels like loss, I will fill with grace. You're not failing by letting go, you're following me. I'm not asking you to stop caring. I'm asking you to trust that my care is greater than yours. That my timing is better. That my strategy is sovereign. You can set it down, knowing I will not let it fall. Let me untangle you. Let me remove the threads that have wrapped around your identity. your decisions, your energy. You are not their savior. You are my servant. And I take better care of you than you've taken of yourself. So exhale. Rest. Let the pressure lift. You were never meant to carry all this. And now you don't have to. You've come so far, and yet, part of you still glances over your shoulder, revisiting what's behind, reviewing old versions of yourself, rechecking paths that once felt safe. It's not because you want to go back. It's because the past still echoes, still lingers, still pulls at your heart when you're trying to move ahead. But I'm doing something new in you now. I'm not just calling you forward, I'm teaching you how to walk without needing to look behind. Because what's ahead of you requires full vision, full presence, full commitment. You're not the person you were when you first began this journey. You've shed layers. You've grown through pain. You've unlearned things that no longer serve who I've created you to become. But sometimes, you revisit those earlier moments not to dwell in them, but to make sense of them. And while I understand your desire for closure, I want you to know, I'm not calling you to make peace with your past, I'm calling you to step fully into your present. Because what I'm building now has no foundation in regret. You don't need to rehearse old wounds to learn the lesson. You've already been shaped by what you endured. You've already absorbed the wisdom. You've already carried the weight, and you've survived what should have broken you. That alone is proof that you're ready for what's next, not because of perfection, but because of preparation. The next steps don't require explanation, they require obedience. And no, it won't feel like forgetting. It will feel like releasing. There's a difference. Forgetting dismisses. Releasing honors the journey, but refuses to stay stuck in it. Releasing says, I thank God for what I learned, but I'm no longer beholden to what happened. It's turning your face toward what I'm doing now, instead of reliving what could have gone differently. I know it feels risky to walk this way with your eyes only ahead, not checking behind for familiar reference points. But that's where faith begins. Faith doesn't use rearview mirrors. It follows the wind of my spirit, even when it has no map. And I promise you, if I'm the one leading you, then the path ahead will be far more solid than the roads you've already walked. You'll feel the difference internally first. A quiet assurance where there used to be anxiety. A gentle nudge forward instead of the pull to rewind. Your steps will begin to feel lighter, not because the journey is easy, but because you're no longer dragging yesterday with you. And from that place of lightness, your focus will sharpen. Your voice will strengthen. Your discernment will deepen. Let me be the one who guards what's behind you. You don't need to keep checking if the door is really closed. I shut it for a reason. You don't need to wonder what would have happened had things gone differently. They didn't. And even in that, I've already redeemed it. What you thought was a detour became your preparation ground. What you thought delayed you was the very thing that deepened your capacity. And now, the season has shifted. You don't need to explain your forward motion to those who are still circling their past. You don't owe an apology for growing beyond what once defined you. You are not abandoning anyone, you are answering me. You are not erasing your story, you are stepping into the next chapter. And I will walk with you into all of it. So keep walking. Not cautiously. Not with one foot in yesterday and one in tomorrow. Walk boldly. Walk fully. Walk with both hands free, not clinging to what I've already released, but wide open for what I'm placing next in your path. You've passed through the testing, and now walk into the becoming, and do it without looking back. There are moments when my presence feels unmistakable, when the breakthrough comes, when the answer is immediate, when the doors swing wide and everything aligns with what you prayed. But there are other moments, 2 moments, when it's quieter, when the answer delays, when the process stretches and clarity doesn't come quickly. And those are the moments I'm focusing on now. I am training your spirit not just to celebrate the miracles, but to recognize my hand in the mundane, to trace my movement in the places that seem untouched. Because I'm never absent. I'm always working, even when it's subtle. You've walked with me long enough to know that I don't always move in the expected ways. And still, part of your heart waits for the dramatic, the unmistakable, the visible confirmation that tells you, yes, this is God. But what I'm growing in you now is deeper discernment. The kind that doesn't rely on external signs. The kind that can feel me in silence, that trusts me through ambiguity, that walks with confidence even when the ground beneath your feet hasn't visibly shifted yet. You've asked for clarity, and I hear that prayer. But I'm not just giving answers, I'm giving eyes. I'm adjusting your vision to see with faith, not just with facts. Because if you only trust what you can verify, you'll miss what I'm doing in the unseen. You'll overlook the small beginnings that carry big assignments. You'll dismiss the closed doors that are actually covering you. And you'll rush through seasons that were designed to form you, not frustrate you. Look again. That conversation you thought was random, I orchestrated it. That opportunity you passed on because it didn't look significant enough. It was preparation in disguise. That moment of stillness that felt like delay. It was me giving you margin to breathe, so you could hear me better. I am in the details, not just the declarations. I am in the slow moments, not just the sudden ones. And the more you learn to see me in the subtle, the more stable your faith becomes. This isn't about pretending everything is perfect. This is about developing a posture that searches for me, even when the surroundings don't scream miracle. It's about believing that progress is still progress even when it's invisible. I am not withholding proof to test your loyalty, I'm drawing you deeper into trust. Because what I have planned for you will require more than sight. It will require the kind of knowing that doesn't waver when evidence is delayed. Others may not understand the depth of what you're walking through. They may look at your season and wonder why you're so grounded when nothing seems flashy. But that's the beauty of what I'm building in you, steadiness. Depth. Vision that isn't shaken by the absence of headlines. You're not living for applause. You're living in alignment. And from that alignment, the fruits will come. Slowly at first, then suddenly. But even when the suddenly happens, you'll already be prepared. Because you've been faithful in the hidden. You've listened in the quiet. You've walked forward when there was no spotlight. And now, the next part of your journey will be built on that foundation, not on hype, but on discernment. Not on reaction, but on revelation. So don't stop looking for me, not just in the moments that shout, but in the moments that whisper. In the daily routines. In the subtle shifts. In the nudges that seem too small to matter. I'm speaking through them all. I'm leading you with intention. And when you look back, you'll see that every moment carried meaning. Every step had strategy. And every delay had design. You are not waiting for me to show up. I am already here. And now, I'm opening your eyes to see me in everything. Because I never stopped moving. And I never stopped being close. You've moved forward, but the past still tries to follow. Not with its events, but with its voice. A subtle echo of what didn't work. The memory of what fell apart. The residue of moments where you gave your all and still saw things unravel. And though you've grown since then, there's been a quiet hesitation buried beneath your boldness, a shadow of doubt whispering, what if it happens again? But I tell you now, I am drawing a line. I am severing the influence of failure over your future. You will no longer hear those echoes and mistake them for truth. You were never defined by the doors that closed. You were refined by them. You were not disqualified by the pain, you were deepened by it. The things that didn't unfold as you imagined weren't signs of rejection. They were divine routes designed not to punish but to protect, to preserve, to prepare. What looked like a collapse was often a shield. What felt like loss was often me preserving your purpose for a more appointed time. You've been faithful even with the sting of disappointment still fresh. You've shown up, hoping against hope, daring to believe again, even with the scars of earlier battles. And I honor that. But now I'm doing more than healing, I'm restoring authority. You will not just walk away from failure, you will walk with authority over it. You will not just recover, you will carry revelation. I'm reprogramming your perspective. No longer will you filter present opportunities through past outcomes. No longer will you step into something new while bracing for the worst. I am renewing the way you see what's ahead through hope, not hesitation, through promise, not past pain. You're not being naive to believe again, you're being obedient. Because belief is not based on what went wrong. It's rooted in who I've always been. This next part of your journey will not be a repetition, it will be redemption. Not a rerun of past chapters, but a completely new narrative. And yes, it may look familiar at first, but do not assume what was will be again. You are not the same. The environment is not the same. And I am not leading you back, I am leading you through. What stopped you before will not stop you now. You'll notice that the fear of failure begins to lose its grip. The anxiety tied to risk will begin to dissolve. Where you once needed constant reassurance, you will now move with quiet confidence. You'll no longer avoid opportunities just because you remember how something ended last time. You'll discern what's different and you'll move with wisdom instead of worry. And even more than that, I'm turning former failures into future keys. What you learned in that season is becoming strategy now. The endurance you built in silence is becoming strength in action. Your testimony isn't just survival, it's blueprint. And those who've struggled to trust again will find courage in your story. They'll see what it means to rise without fear, to try again with faith, not hesitation. Let me renew your mind. Let me reset the internal alarms that trigger when you start to stretch. You don't have to sabotage what's new because of what once broke. You don't have to hold back to protect yourself from imagined outcomes. You can breathe. You can build. You can believe without fearing collapse. The past has no permission to speak into what I'm releasing. It can no longer distort your discernment. Its voice is being silenced. Its weight is being lifted. Its access is being revoked. This is not a trap. This is a transition. And you will walk into it without apology. Because the only thing following you now is grace. You've lived for a long time measuring life by survival, getting through, holding on, making it to the next day. You prayed for just enough strength, just enough peace, just enough provision. You've whispered, if I can just make it past this more times than you can count. And I've seen every moment of that journey, each time you stretched, even when it felt like there wasn't anything left to give. But hear me now. I am raising the bar. I am shifting your definition of enough. Because you were not created to barely make it. You were created to overflow. I didn't breathe life into you so you could live under constant strain. I didn't place dreams in you so you could stay in maintenance mode. The mindset that says, I'll settle for what keeps me afloat, is not rooted in faith, it's rooted in fatigue. And now, I'm confronting that fatigue not by pushing you harder, but by awakening something deeper. I'm calling you out of a survival mentality and into a posture of trust that expects abundance not as excess, but as evidence of my nature. When I said I am your shepherd, I meant I would lead you, not just protect you, but provide for you. And what I provide isn't minimal. It doesn't just scrape by. It fills to the brim. It multiplies. It sustains without burning out. But to walk in that, you must let me redefine what provision truly looks like. It's not just about money. It's not just about open doors. It's about soul-level security. Peace that doesn't depend on the paycheck. Joy that isn't tied to circumstances. Clarity that holds firm in transition. You settled for less because life taught you not to expect more. Because disappointment came dressed as wisdom. Because hope started to feel expensive. But I'm healing that too. I'm showing you that you can hope again without setting yourself up for heartbreak. That you can believe again without fearing letdown. I'm not just stretching your faith, I'm repairing your ability to receive. And yes, this means I will begin to challenge your patterns. The ones that kept you moving but not thriving. The ones that looked like responsibility but felt like resignation. The ones that said, I can't ask for more, even when your spirit cried out for change. I will confront what comfort disguised as contentment. because I never asked you to endure less than what I paid for. You'll begin to feel the shift inside before it shows up around you. You'll stop accepting emotional crumbs and calling it strength. You'll stop mistaking exhaustion for humility. You'll walk with your head lifted, not from arrogance, but from awareness. Because you will remember who you belong to, and who you belong to lacks nothing. I'm not inviting you into greed. I'm inviting you into grace. Grace that flows in your conversations. Grace that rests on your time. Grace that governs your relationships, your finances, your decisions, your direction. And in that grace, enough will begin to look like peace, not pressure. Like margin, not just movement. Like wholeness, not hustle. Others may not understand when you stop overextending. When you begin choosing balance over burnout. When you stop apologizing for taking up space. Let them wonder. You are not here to prove your worth, you're here to walk in what I've already established. And what I've established for you is not scarcity. You were not designed to scrape through life waiting for a break. You were built to walk with me step by step, day by day, miracle by miracle. And as you do, your definition of enough will be rewritten by my abundance. So lift your eyes. Raise your expectations. Make room where you thought limitation had the final word. Because I'm not just meeting needs. I'm exceeding them. You've walked through valleys with tears still drying on your cheeks. You've stood in places where prayers hung in the air unanswered for a time. You've shown up when your hands were trembling, when your heart was tired, when the cost felt unspoken but heavy. You kept going, even when you didn't understand the pace or the path. And now, hear me clearly. I am not ending this chapter in confusion. I am finishing it with my signature written not in pain, but in promise. This chapter is not closing because you failed. It's closing because its assignment is complete. You've outgrown what was only meant to hold you for a season. You've learned what the wilderness could teach. You've endured what silence could refine. You stood where others would have sat down. And now I say to you, well done. Not because everything was perfect. Not because you got every detail right. But because you remained faithful when faith wasn't easy. You kept walking when nothing around you said keep going. I'm not turning the page with tension. I'm sealing this season with grace. Not one part of your pain hath been wasted. Not a single moment of the unknown was in vain. I have woven every hour of struggle into strength you'll carry with you forever. I have taken what the enemy used to wear you down, and I've forged it into armor you didn't have before. What was hard built what is holy. And now, I'm not just shifting your scenery. I'm shifting your identity. The version of you who entered this chapter is not the one who's walking out. That version needed proof. This one walks by promise. That version questioned if they belonged. This one knows they were chosen. That version needed signs. This one has learned the sound of my voice in the quiet. And that's how I measure progress, not by how loud your victories were, but by how still you remained when no one saw the battle. You've learned to stand without performance. You worship without outcome. You trust without timelines. And those lessons don't stay behind, they go with you. Into the next doors. Into the next rooms. Into the next conversations where you won't feel the need to defend your delay, because now you know it was divine all along. This chapter won't end with explanations for others. It will end with my vindication. I will speak in ways they didn't expect. I will move on your behalf where you once had to stay silent. I will cause what was hidden in the dark to shine like morning, not to elevate you, but to glorify me through your unwavering surrender. And as you cross into what's next, you'll notice something different. You'll stop looking for signs that things will fall apart. You'll stop bracing for the worst before the best arrives. You'll walk like someone who remembers they are kept. You'll move with the rhythm of assurance, not driven by fear, but pulled by promise. You'll stop rehearsing how hard it was and start declaring how faithful I've been. You are not stepping into a repeat, you are stepping into the reward. Not the kind that's only visible, but the kind that brings internal rest. You won't have to fight like you used to, because what needed to be defeated has already bowed. You won't have to explain the shift, because those with eyes to see will know something about you changed, and it wasn't your circumstance. It was your core. So walk out without dragging guilt behind you. Exit this place with your head lifted. You are not escaping, you are being released. This is not an end in sorrow. This is a seal of completion. And the ink on the page is not written in striving, it is signed by my Spirit. You didn't close this chapter. I did. And I call it finished and faithful. Amen.